You can't see my facial expression.
Oh.
Think so?
Hmm.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening. This is the Huntley Community School District 158 regular board meeting for July 15th. It is 6:01. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Gentry, Mr. Guerin,
Here.
Mr. Troy,
Here.
Mr. Quagliano,
Here.
Mrs. Melendi,
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino,
Here.
Mr. Craddy.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum. Okay, first item is, I'd like to make a motion to move into closed session at 6:01 for the items enumerated in the agenda. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Maiorino. Can we have roll call?
Mrs. Maiorino,
Yes.
Mr. Craddy,
Yes.
Mr. Troy,
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi,
Yes.
Mr. Guerin,
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano,
Yes,
Mr. Gentry.
we'll be in closed session for next hour.
I have mine here, in case. You have to run around 2 and 6 p.m.
That's what I was going to ask. What's Thursday?
We should, to be respectful.
I think we should.
Yeah, we should.
Tony, you get a number?
No, they're,
Come on. Great. I haven't
okay,
So you know.
we're gonna start back up, we're gonna resume.
I know.
We're going to resume in open session. We have suspended closed session with no action at the moment. So can we have roll call for the resumption of open session at 7:07?
Mr. Troy,
Here.
Mrs. Melendi,
Here.
Mr. Gentry, Mr. Quagliano,
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino, here, Mr. Guerin,
Here.
Mr. Craddy.
Here.
Okay, item 4 is the Pledge of Allegiance. Can we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, item 5 is the academic spotlight. We have, who's going to present this with our,
We'll start with Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson?
Good evening. Thank you for the invitation. We have great reason to celebrate, and we appreciate you having us. We also, as always, appreciate the opportunities you provide and the great support of our student athletes. We are immensely grateful, and we have, as I said, 2 awesome reasons to gather this evening. So the first is a state champion, and I'm going to turn it over to our girls track coaches who will welcome our awesome state champion. Come on up.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to celebrate Alex Johnson. I'm Jason Monson. I'm the head girls track and field coach. At this point in time, I'm going to hand it over to our jumps coach and our assistant sprints coach, Coach Garth. She's going to talk a little bit about Alex's accomplishment.
Good evening, everyone. As we have said, we are here tonight to recognize Alex Johnson for her state championship in the long jump at the IHSA state meet held back on June 12th. Now, Alex is the kind of athlete that every coach loves to work with, and I've had that pleasure since she was in 8th grade at Marlowe. She's extremely talented. She's also one of the hardest workers out there, and she brings such a positive energy to our team. She's also the ultimate teammate, because you can always find her cheering on her fellow teammates and see her little mug in the back of their pictures when they're running. This year, Alex set the school record in the long jump early in the season and then proceeded to re-break it throughout the season and again at the state meet. She also currently holds the second best program times in the 100 and the 200. She is a conference champion in 3 events this year, the long jump, the 100, and the 4x1 relay. And she was sectional champion in the 100 and the long jump. She had the opportunity, thanks to Coach Monson, for competing against some of the best teams in the state right here at our own stadium. So she was certainly ready for the state meet. Although she went in seated 5th, her mindset there was to accomplish so much more. At the state meet, she jumped a personal best of 5.92. Which means absolutely nothing, except when I say it's 19 feet, 4 inches, on her second attempt out of 4. And that really rattled her competition. No one came close. Her poise and confidence were both present, and she certainly took a moment to soak it all in. Later in the meet, she won her heat in the 100 and finished 6th in the state, bringing home a 2nd medal. We are extremely proud of Alex, and we look forward to working with her for the next 2 years. I present to you your long jump state champion, Alex Johnson. Thank
Good job.
Congratulations. You're going back for more next year, right? Congratulations, Coach. Great job. Congratulations to you too, Coach. Coaches, you guys want to come up? We're going to come up here. Bigger groups will come down in front. Bigger groups will go down.
you. Perfect.
There you go. Short enough, right?
As mentioned, we have two great reasons to celebrate this evening. The second is our awesome softball team who brought back another trophy from state. And what a scintillating experience they had, including the one night I couldn't make the game, and the game goes extra innings. Now, without being candid, sorry, I had to go to the bathroom. My daughter's watching on the live stream and yells, "It's a home run!" And I miss the awesome home run that sends them to state. But nonetheless, going with them once again to that experience was thrilling because it's such an awesome group. So I'm going to turn it over to Coach Petruniak. We're so proud of you guys. Come on up, Coach.
Thank you so much. 19 years ago when I was hired to do this job, I was lucky to win a game, let alone to even imagine thinking we could represent Huntley High School down at state on multiple occasions. That's due to the work that these kids have done buying into our program. And the adversity that they have overcome all season. We lost the season last year. We didn't hang our hands on that. We came back, they were motivated to come back and had something to prove. We didn't get a chance to defend our state title. And they were up for the challenge. We challenged them as coaches and put them on the road. We traveled to Edwardsville, we traveled to Central Illinois. I think nobody will break our mileage record, and we did that because we had a 3 seed in the playoffs just in our regional, and we had to play on the road. So this was a road battle team, and, you know, through the playoffs, they did some pretty amazing things, even just with the last game to go to against Barrington to go to state. And then down there, we finished 35-7, and 3 of our losses were to Marist High School. We played them the first 2 games of the season. They get to do things we can't get to do, so to fall to them 1-0 down at state wasn't amazing, and couldn't be more proud of the girls and the effort they did against Marist that ended up finished anywhere 6th or 10th in the nation, not just number 1 in Illinois. So they were scared of us. One of our other losses was to the team that finished 2nd in state. So these girls are definitely part of one of the best programs in Illinois, and I'm very proud to have the front row seat to watch and see everything that they've done. Besides our team accomplishments, we had all-state, all-region players, and a lot of all-conference. These girls just did some amazing things, and I couldn't be more proud of this team. Sorry, and my coaches.
Great job. What'd you play?
Third.
Congratulations. What'd you play? Nice job. What position did you play? Okay.
Good job, guys.
Congratulations. What'd you play? What position? Third base. What position was yours? Nice job. Great job. Congratulations. Oh, okay. Congratulations. Congratulations. Great job. Congratulations. Great job.
Coaches you're on assignment, guys.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, she's the coach.
Oh, come on.
We'll get it to the front.
Okay.
Congratulations.
And this is for going to state, for city.
It's the bracelet.
Back row girls. Back row. Back
Girl, already? They're shaking. At least you have an ACL.
Super proud of you, Ray.
Otherwise, I'll be open.
This is District 301. Their new superintendent was saying they're planning on they're trying. They're taking videos of that. Sarah.
As you said that, I look over there, and he goes, younger.
Is everybody settled in? You are all comfortable? All right, everybody's okay with this size of crowd in here. I think our capacity is 210. I don't think we're quite at that, but as long as you are, we do have an overflow room that you're welcome to watch the board meeting, and if your public comment comes up and you want to spend your time there and come back in, you're more than welcome. I have 36 public comments. We have a 3-minute limitation. I will be timing, and I will politely make you aware when you hit your 3 minutes and ask you to finish up. We have some professionals that are here that are presenting tonight. So I think what we're going to do here is I'm going to have us go through the first 20 public comments that they were brought in order to me. We'll read the first 20 public comments during this session, and then at the end of the meeting, we will hear the other 16 public comments that we have in order for us to allow our professionals who are in the room who have to present for the regular board meeting. So with that, we're ready to start public comment, and the first one we have is from Ms. Laura Murray.
You're good? Can everybody hear me?
As long as the green light is on.
Right here? Do I need to push this? No? I'm good? I've not spoken before at a meeting, so. Good evening. My name is Laura Murray. I'm the mother of 2 amazing boys who attended Conley Elementary and Heineman Middle School last year. I'm here tonight not only representing myself, but the very large District 158 parent union that is growing faster than this district sends out surveys. Speaking of surveys, I created one yesterday morning to see how quickly parents would sign in favor of the masked optional choice. The response was overwhelming. In favor of unmask our kids, as in 1,200 plus signatures in less than 24 hours. Let's be honest, we are all going on vacation, we are all going to events, our students have been hanging out with their friends, playing sport without masks. It's time to stop hiding behind the mask and live our lives without them. We cannot start this year in fear when we have already moved past that. All the benchmarks have been met. Positivity rates are at an all-time low. This is all the data you can research and not have to FOIA like our school board president, Tony Quagliano, encouraged last board meeting. He and Kevin Gentry, our vice president, before being elected to the school board, got information the old-fashioned way. Instead of sending a FOIA request, he said, do your research, attend meetings, ask questions. Well, the research has been done, meetings are being attended, and questions are being asked tonight. When will you answer them, though? I am calling on each school board member, Bill, Leslie, Kevin, Tony, Melissa, Sean, and Paul. Do what you have been elected to do, vote. Will each of you have the integrity and be accountable for your own voice and not ride on the coattails of Dr. Rowe? When will you put the risk management back in the hands of the parents where it should have never left from the beginning? You are all on notice. You are all on notice. Leave our children out of the political game and answer the question to what the majority has asked, to unmask our children. And let's make this district great again.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Trevor Murray.
Take your time. It's only 30 seconds.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Hi, my name is Trevor Murray. I am 10 years old, going into 5th grade. These are 5 reasons why I want masks to be optional. I can't breathe well with one on. I get really hot in them. By the end of the school day, I have a headache. PE is really hard to participate with a mask on because it is really hot and I get really dizzy. I like to see my friends and teachers' faces. What I can't figure out is why you are making a health decision for me. I have parents for that. Thank you.
Okay, good job, Trevor. Good job. Kendra Zeibel.
Hello. My name is Kendra Zebel, and I am the parent of 2 kids who, up until January 2021, had been in this district since kindergarten. My daughter is going to be a senior, and my son is going to be in 8th grade. My husband and I pulled them out of public school and put them in private school to get them back in person. There's a certain comfort level to knowing that my children are physically in school, not subject to a vaccine or mask, and that their teachers who are not unionized will not be striking or teaching things that I don't approve of. So I'm here tonight solely as a taxpayer in this district and a supporter of all these parents. Prior to COVID, I blindly trusted everything about this district. Both of my children were high achievers, so I took for granted that the education that they were receiving was in their best interest. Who was I to micromanage when the professionals were doing what they were paid to do? So if there is one thing that I'm truly grateful for from COVID, it's that my eyes were opened. Unfortunately, not in a good way. For the first time, I was really seeing what was going on in the classroom, or should I say not going on. From spending maybe 10 to 15 minutes a day with actual instruction, what I heard on the Zoom calls caused me to send some emails to teachers about how it was inappropriate to impose their political beliefs in the classroom. What hit me the hardest, though, was a writing assignment that a high school class was given regarding police brutality from a small excerpt of the book, The Hate U Give. It was in the voice of a young Black female who witnessed a white police officer kill her Black male friend on a traffic stop. The assignment was to think about an instance from recent years of a police officer using excessive force or violence and compare it to the passage. Critically examine how this fictionalization of a police shooting mirrors real-life examples of conflicts between police and private citizens. I emailed Dr. Beelan, and he responded with his support not only of the book, but of the assignment. He felt that the Black student population was underrepresented in the high school at just 2.1%. He wrote, and I quote, "It's vital that underrepresented voices be amplified in our work as educators for the benefit of both students who will identify with them and for those whom they will be unfamiliar." What that said to me was that he felt that the underrepresented Black student population would identify more with being killed by a white police officer than being successful in this world. The students weren't reading about the great Clarence Thomas, Martin Luther King, Thomas Sowell, or Bessie Coleman. They weren't being taught about Blacks who had come from nothing, worked hard despite their circumstances, and have become heroes of their time. Instead, the teaching that our district was supporting was of creating victims. I came here today to talk about my concerns with the teaching of critical race theory, but when I really stopped to think about it, it's not about race at all. It's about power. The education system as a whole has been weaponized to divide students, whether it's race, gender, and sexuality with critical race theory, or now with masks and vaccines, by having one chosen group get more benefits than the other. It's all about power. It's sad that our students came into the system as kindergartners knowing that the only thing that separated them was the bathrooms they used, and now that's not even clear. Even worse, they can't count on being taught that there's only two genders, that real science means that only women can have babies, or that they're all equal in the beginning, but outcome depends on their work. So they're being divided into arbitrary groups to point out differences that don't exist, but at the same time being told to be inclusive of these differences or they're racist or any number of phobics. Our kids aren't here to be used as an experiment. They're here to learn.
Kendra, can you wrap it up?
I can, but Trevor actually yielded his time to me. They're here to learn.
Actually, I don't think that's how it works.
The basics, and after this last
Finish
year,
up, please.
I'm finished. And after this last year where you were so scared to test them to show what they didn't learn, I think it's even more important now. That's what you're supposed to be teaching them, not social justice, as Dr. Beelan has implied in the past, not revised history that fits a narrative, not a hatred for our country or their fellow Americans, but as Americans that are part of one nation under God, and most importantly, indivisible. I'm a police officer. When I call for backup, I don't call for the white officer, I call for any brother or sister in blue.
Kendra,
I'm not done. We
I
come in all
asked you to
varieties,
stop,
but
please.
make no mistake, we are one spirit. We are united with one goal, to get the bad guys and go home at night. Instead of dividing our students on arbitrary things they have no control over, how about unite them as Americans? One team and one goal. As an aside, I emailed Dr. Beelan after the writing assignment, and I offered to come into the school to give the other side of the story, to be a positive interaction with a white police officer, but I never heard back. If you collect 100 black ants and 100 fire ants and put them in a glass jar, nothing will happen. But if you take the jar, shake it violently, and leave it on the table, the ants will start killing each other. Red believes that black is the enemy, while black believes that red is the enemy, when the real enemy is the person who shook the jar. The same is true in society. Before we fight each other, you must ask yourself, who shook the jar? As the school board, you have the power to control the curriculum. With that power comes great responsibility. Do the right thing. Unmask our kids and stop dividing them with critical race theory.
Thank you for working within our rule structure. I really appreciate the effort you put forth there. Can you please abide by 3 minutes? That's all I ask you guys to do. You're more than welcome to say whatever you want. 3 minutes, okay, is the time. I think Cassia, it's Sliwa.
So I have 3 kids, 2 of them already finished District 158, 1 was, and I say was supposed to attend District 158. And I did not send her because I couldn't quit my job and sit at home with her. So basically, she went to a private school, she was mask-free for this entire year, no COVID among the teachers, and among kids, none whatsoever, and I repeat, none, 0. I do not want her to wear masks. I do not want her to be taught about TRT, and since masks only prevent them, kids are not going to die. It's 0.2, so 2 out of 1 million kids can die from wearing a mask. There's no point. I feel claustrophobic at my work. I hate going to work because I have to wear a mask and I work for a doctor's office. I've never gotten a COVID. I got COVID tested, 0. None of us got COVID. So, and she cries when she has to wear a mask when we go to the store. She literally cries. 2 minutes and that's all it is. So I do not want her to wear a mask. I do not want my child to be controlled by politics. That's the first thing. Second thing, a teacher here, the teachers in Huntley High School, still teaches in Huntley High School, after posting a comment regarding his political views on Facebook for everyone to see publicly, calling people that voted for Trump a cult. I'm not in a cult. I just voted. I have a right to vote, and I voted. So I'm not in a cult. So I'm sorry, I don't know why he's still employed. I will not name it, obviously, him, but he's still employed in Huntley High School and he's still allowed to teach kids. I don't agree with that. I don't want him teaching my kids, my daughter right now. So both of my kids came out. I was really happy with the district. One is in the Army, the other one is in the Navy. They do serve our country, and my daughter is going to be enrolled in a private school until all of this changes. I will not send her to school for that man to teach my daughter what he thinks about other people's political views. I don't want to know his political views. Thank you.
Thank you. Erin Smith?
Hi, I'm going to try to make this work with her. My name is Erin Smith. My husband and I have been in the district for 13 years. We have 4 children, 3 of which that are school-aged. This district is the reason we moved to Huntley. This is by far the best district. It was a leading district for many, many years in our family. We decided that we were going to come here, and that was the reason. But no longer do we feel that you're a leader by any stretch of the imagination. District 158 is no longer the destination district for us. Unfortunately, it has been in your hands, the board, the superintendent, and it has suffered greatly through this last year's pandemic. I'm standing here because I'm angry. I'm angry, my husband's angry, our countless friends and family are angry. I'm angry that you guys choose to run your school in fear. Fear from upsetting the minority. The majority of us demand and deserve our freedom of choice when it comes to our kids. You've been elected to represent us all. If you had our children's best interest in mind, you would not be making families feel forced into giving our children an experimental vaccine in the first place. Where's your common sense? I will not let my children be a part of any experiment, and I will also not be allowing my children hide their face in fear anymore. Masks don't work. Masks should be a choice. If it makes someone feel better, that's their decision. My children's medical decisions are none of your business. The fact that I have even filled out the COVID health cards last year for my kids to go to school makes me sick. The numerous times that my children had to go get their temperature checked because of your fear is wrong. The fact that last year the principal called me to discuss why my daughter was bragging to her friends that she took her mask off in class is wrong. The fact that my children are afraid to take their masks off and tell the school, no, that's my fault. But it changes today. As a result of this district's lackadaisical and impressive approach to handling the past year, we have made the hardest decision we've ever had to make when it comes to our children's education. We decided our children will not be attending District 158 next year. We are sending them to another school that will inspire, challenge, and empower all students always. And one day I hope that becomes your vision again.
Thank you, Erin. Ilona Tuzowicz.
Hello. All right, my name is Ilona Matusiewicz, and we have moved to Huntley area about 3 years ago with small children looking for a quiet community with great schools. The 158 had rating reviews. As a CPA, I have been trained to have a questioning mind and to think critically. My findings raise significant concerns around several topics, including mask mandates, critical race theory, and sex ed. Tonight, I will focus on both medical and legal aspects of the mask mandate. Masks are ineffective, potentially harmful, and only authorized to use by an EUA. I only have 3 minutes, so I'll start with citing all the dry statistical data I found, but every number I mentioned is supported with science. Evidence shows standard cloth or surgical masks offer next to no protection against viruses, sized particles, or small aerosols. FDA even required mask manufacturers to state that on their products. There are no effectiveness standards on child-sized masks under OSHA. Masks make kids 13 times more likely they will develop upper respiratory infections versus someone not wearing a mask. Wearing a mask for a prolonged time can cause hypoxia, decreased blood oxygen, sometimes headaches, and definitely making it hard to concentrate. Is 8 hours spent at school a prolonged time? I think so. And how about PE in a mask? Is that the best solution we have for learning environments? Furthermore, it is a major threat to a child's development. Children need to see faces of others in order to learn how to form words properly, interpret emotions, develop normal psychology. Masks create a threatening and unsafe environment from their perspective. The CDC shows that K through 12 mortality rate from or with COVID is 0.003. Since children have the lowest death rate, the cost benefit of requiring children to wear a mask is especially difficult to justify. Is that risk worth losing our kids to depression, anxiety, or even worse? It is also illegal to mandate EUA-approved investigational medical therapies without informed consent, and warrants an infringement on constitutional rights and bodily autonomy. Furthermore, by requiring children to wear a mask, you are promoting the idea that the mask can prevent a disease, which is illegal, deceptive practice. Illegally mandating an investigational medical therapy generates liability. There is no waiver of liability under deceptive practices, even under a state of emergency. Could the board please cite the law, not guidance, but law, that allows the board to mandate masks, and another law that does not allow you to make masks optional? Even D-158 policy, Section 220, powers and duties of the board, states that the district has sole discretion when it comes to formulating policies subject only to state and federal law. Aren't you curious why and how other schools in the state already chose to have masks optional? Also, can we request our superintendent to put on the agenda a vote by the board whether or not the mask should be optional? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Kim Singer.
My name is Kim Singer. I have a sixth grader, fourth grader, and second grader in the district. I'm here to talk to you about my deep concerns and the route that our district is taking leading into next school year, specifically pertaining to this pandemic. For years in the school system, I'm asked for parental consent to participate in a field trip, see a movie in class, join a class pizza party, have an ice cream social, even give my kids medication or sunblock. Why now do you think it's okay to not get parental consent? This causes segregation, discrimination, mental and emotional damage in our schools. The health risk of masking any child, regardless of a vaccination or not, is detrimental to their health and well-being. Masks create bacteria growth, low oxygen level, and elevated carbon dioxide intake in children. How should anyone expect this to be safe and humane? My children cannot concentrate and learn with a mask on for 8 hours. Some of my children get headaches, feel dizzy, and can't breathe. Some of my children get anxiety. I am not okay with my children receiving an experimental vaccination that is still yet to be fully FDA approved. Cornering families into injecting our children so they can avoid the punishment for not vaccinating and not being eligible for it yet is disgraceful. We demand parent choice on mask wearing and vaccination. The health of our children is solely in my hands as a legal guardian, not the schools. It is imperative our parental rights to make decisions in the best interest of our children regarding mask wearing, viral testing, privacy to health records, and the use of COVID-19 injections are upheld. I request that their school board respect the guidance that from the CDC, ISBE, and IDPH does not equate mandates. It also was reiterated just recently by our governor's office. Give parents their rightful choice. Medical decisions should be made between parents and their physicians, not dictated from the school. My children should not be wearing masks next school year. They should not be forced to do so. They will be attending in person, and I plan to file my kids' health rights. When do you plan to tell the entire community that there's no legal authority to force anyone upon that? When can we expect an answer in writing from our board?
Thank you. Nicole Petkova.
My name is Nicole Petkova, and I have 2 children attending District 158 in elementary school. First of all, I wanted to thank each and every one of our board members for dedicating their time to be the voice of the community. We all are here, and we all appreciate your vote and representing us. As we can see here tonight, the topic of masks is quite a hot topic, not only in our district, but across the state of Illinois. While you can do your own research and follow the science, the fact of the matter is that prior to COVID, our children were never asked to wear masks during flu season or at any time. As Ilana mentioned, according to the CDC, the surgical masks do not provide the wearer with a reliable level of protection, blah, blah, blah. In McHenry, there have been 29,306 cases of COVID as of July 13th, with only 296 deaths. That is a 99% recovery rate. I know that each and every one of you can do your own research, so I'm not here to focus on statistics that you can easily pull. What I'm standing in front of you here today in our community is to be the voice for those that cannot speak for themselves, our children. I reached out to parents in our district and asked them to ask their children how it felt to wear a mask. These are direct quotes from children in elementary school in our district. And I'm going to choke up because I choked up writing this because it's hard to run around because you always have to take a break to catch your breath and you get hot very easily. It makes me uncomfortable because they're tugging at my ears and it's hard to breathe in them. Kaylee, age 9. It was hard breathing and my mouth and face was really sweaty. Morgan, age 7. I can't wear my glasses because the mask fogs them up. I get in trouble if I take my mask down, so I don't wear my glasses and I can't see the board. Aiden, age 7. It suffocates me and I don't like that I can't see my teacher's face. Sophie, age 9. My mask was always wet and I felt dirty. Reagan, age 8. I couldn't hear my teacher when she talked, so I didn't understand what I was supposed to be doing. Aiden, age 7. It's itchy and I can't stand it. Liam, age 9. It's hot. Brooklyn, age 6. I was crying a little bit about it because I was thinking I was going to get suffocated from the mask sometimes. It makes me sad because I can't see my friends and teachers' faces. I complained because it was itching me. It makes me mad because I have to keep it on the whole day. Aiden B, age 7. My teacher can't hear me. Brooke, age 6. It hurts my ears and makes them red, and it is hard to understand what people are saying because you don't see what they are doing with their mouth. Kaylee, age 9. It's really hard to breathe. I sneezed, wrapping up. I sneezed and had boogers, but I was so scared of the teacher thinking I had COVID, so I didn't change my wet mask all day. Ella, age 9. And I can go on and on, but to wrap up, we as parents are fighting so our children have a voice and not be muzzled. We do not know the long-term effects of wearing a mask every day for as many hours as they do, both physically and mentally. Please listen to our children. They can't breathe. Stop suffocating them. They can't hear instructions. They can't hear their lessons. Stop barricading their education. At the end of the day, it is the parent's choice to do what is best for the children and should have the option to choose whether they will wear a mask vaccinated or not. It is time to bring back normal to our kids, so leave the choice up to us. We know what is best for our children.
Jill Cataldo.
I'm Jill Cataldo. I have 2 sons at Huntley High, and I'm here to express my thoughts on the SHIELD tests, the vaccine and the masks. First, the SHIELD saliva COVID tests that you have contracted to use on our students are lateral flow tests. Lateral flow tests are already being used in the United Kingdom, where students have found they can use fruit juice, cola, or cough syrup to create false positives. Videos on how to create a false positive with a lateral flow test have now been viewed more than 6 million times online. Do you honestly think these kids in our district are not going to give themselves a little time off with a swig of apple juice when they want some time off school? I've also instructed my children to refuse these SHIELD tests because, again, anyone who takes some juice can create a false positive. You have also not made it clear what happens to my children's supposed positive medical results and tests if they fail. Vaccines, I do not want my children to receive the COVID vaccine. Our family had COVID last December. In June of this year, the Cleveland Clinic released the results of a study. 52,000 participants who caught COVID. Not one single reinfection occurred after the first. They concluded that vaccinating the previously infected has no additional benefit whatsoever. And this push for COVID vaccination of children is ridiculous. Your current mask policy is making no exception for people who are now carrying natural immunity. On June 21st, the World Health Organization said children should not be vaccinated. There is not yet enough evidence on the use of vaccines against COVID-19. 3 days later, the director of the CDC tweeted, for every 1 million 12 to 17-year-olds vaccinated, one life will be saved. That's from our CDC. Regarding masks, a lot of people have covered some of the things I was going to talk about, so I will just jump to some things that haven't been mentioned. Obviously, forcing unvaccinated children to wear masks is discrimination. Forcing them to wear wristbands to identify themselves as vaccinated or unvaccinated is also discrimination. If one of my kids' classmates gets head lice, we get a note home saying someone in your class has head lice, but we can't tell you who because of privacy restrictions. Where is the privacy now? As many others have said, there is no scientific reason to continue masking these kids. Here's a mask I bought yesterday. Right on the box, it says, warning, this product will not provide any protection against COVID-19 or any other virus. Forcing these kids to wear this is like saying everyone who wears a blue baseball cap today is protected from COVID. This does nothing. Dr. Fauci's emails that leaked last month also said the same thing. 4 days ago, July 10th, the Illinois State Board of Education issued a document entitled Clarifying Mask Guidance, which I'm sure you have all read. School administrators may decide to remove any prevention strategies for the school. 2 days ago, Pritzker's office echoed that, saying local school boards have the final say. Since then, McHenry, Genoa, Sycamore, Barrington, and more than 30 other Illinois school districts have all voted to make masks optional for the coming school year. You are no longer required to force our children to wear masks.
Jill, please wrap up. Thank you. Thank you.
Please vote tonight.
Thank you. Looks like Dawn Raven?
Hello, everyone. My name is Dawn Raybeck. I have lived in the District 158 area for over 21 years and am still an active taxpayer in this school district. I have 2 children that have attended your schools. One is now a sophomore in college, and the other is a junior at Huntley High School. I speak to you today as a concerned parent and taxpayer in this community about the safety of our children who are not vaccinated and wearing masks. According to the CDC data, the risk of children ages 0 to 19 dying from COVID is 0.00195%. And according to a Stanford study, if you are under the age of 65, your risk of dying from COVID is the same as dying on your commute to work. Any intervention used with school children must ensure that the benefits outweigh the risks. However, it is very clear that masks are ineffective, they are not safe, and any reduced transmission within a school has not been attributed to masks. Therefore, I am speaking to you today to see if the board will look into the best interests of our children by removing the mask mandate promptly for our children and leave it up to the parents to make the decision on whether their children should wear a mask based on their health and their doctor's advice. There are close to 20 known health and educational problems associated with wearing a face mask, which include difficulty concentrating, impaired learning, headaches, dizziness, tightness in the chest, lower oxygen levels in the blood, and raised carbon dioxide levels in the blood. To make things worse, SARS-CoV-2 becomes more dangerous when blood oxygen levels decline. Why is this allowed to happen to children in the United States of America? They are essentially being set up for complications from a virus that hardly phases them. Masks are pretty much petri dishes that rest at the doorstep of the respiratory mucosal membrane. There are over 11 different dangerous pathogens, including pneumonia, sepsis, and tuberculosis, that were found after just one day of use with a mask. It is no wonder that they are being told that these are face diapers. These COVID protocols could very well leave our children less healthy than at the start of the pandemic. In conclusion, I'm asking you to consider what I have presented today. Other area school districts, such as Oswego and and Barrington, have recently lifted the mask mandate to unvaccinated children to allow it up to the parents and their children's physicians to determine if wearing a mask is right for them. They are not requiring them to wear one in the classroom, but still on the bus. This at least gives the parents the option of whether they want them bused or be driven to school. I ask that you please take the time to answer my concerns this evening. And if not today, can you appoint one of your board members to meet with me and other interested parents in this boardroom to discuss our concerns further? And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Dawn. Nina Wiley.
I'll defer my 3 minutes to somebody else.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Okay. Angie Berkeley.
My name is Angie Berkeley. I have 2 children in the 158 school district, an incoming 7th grader and an incoming 4th grader. School and social acceptance are hard enough for kids. We don't need the discrimination of vaccinated versus unvaccinated. Masks are breeding ground for bacteria, and as we've already mentioned, there was a study done with masks being sent out that were worn all day, and there was bacterial pneumonia, meningitis, and 8 other types of bacteria and 1 virus in the mask. This is what our children are breathing in when they wear masks. Last school year, both my kids came off the bus countless times complaining of headaches. My 4th grader is having sleep issues and increased anxiety since wearing masks have begun over a year ago. My 7th grader has ADHD and has told me on multiple occasions that sometimes his brain can't focus on anything except the sweat under his mask. My family of 4 have gone maskless this entire summer on vacation to stores, camps, large get-togethers with no health issues, minimal migraines, better sleep, and less brain fog. We need a freedom of choice when it comes to mask and testing, not fear-induced coercion, and not based on vaccine status or test results. We need this not only for our students, but for teachers and staff as well. Teachers are hired to teach our kids math and science. They are not mask police, and they are not in charge of the medical decisions for mask testing, vaccinations, or anything else medical regarding our kids. Leave that up to the parents and the help of their doctors. Yes, both my kids are up to date on their vaccinations, so I am not anti-vax. However, my husband and I feel the risk of adverse reactions and unknown long-term side effects to the COVID shot, especially for children, are not worth the risk with a virus that is over a 99% survival rating. The COVID shot is not FDA approved and is only for use under emergency authorization. Children and staff who haven't gotten the COVID shot shouldn't be forced to wear a mask. History always seems to repeat itself, but it doesn't have to. It wasn't long ago that Black Americans were discriminated against, banned from public places, and were forced to sit in the back of the bus based solely on the color of their skin. It wasn't that long ago that Jewish people were marked by a yellow star, banned from public places, and forced into concentration camps simply because of their religious beliefs. Now children are being forced to wear masks and that don't work and to hide their beautiful faces simply because of their medical choice and religious beliefs. You have the power to change what our kids' future will look like. Do you choose to repeat history, or do you choose freedom of choice? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Angie. Ratings, this one's a tough one. It looks like Dale, and I want to say Traub.
Oh, IL.
IL. Come on down. You're the next.
It's a good try.
Yeah.
I don't have a paper.
No, wasn't.
Well, with the pause, I always know it's me. I know, it's unusual. I don't have a paper. This is all from my heart. I have 3 kids in this school district. and one of them is special needs. Samantha's sitting back there. Let's talk about the real dark side of what the discrimination and the isolation of these masks are going to do to these kids. They came out of the worst depression year this past year. Some kids, maybe not in our school district, did not come out of that darkness. If this continues, where we isolate and discriminate these children of vaccinated against not vaccinated, they're going to go through that depression once again. They have lived this summer free. They have gone to the stores, they have seen their friends, we've gone on vacation, mask free. Now they're going to come back to school, and now they're going to be segregated. Back to the depression. Some of these kids might not make it out of it. Are you willing to face that in this district, a child taking their life because they are not strong enough to deal with this depression and isolation and this discrimination? Some kids don't have that mental capacity. Do you want that on your conscience? Any one of you, can you raise your hand and show me, do you want that on your conscience? It's one simple vote. Let us parents make the decision for our children to wear these masks or not. It's not up to you guys. This is us. And would you want your child saying you need to wear that? And if you don't, it's almost like putting a scarlet letter on their face. You wear that. And if you don't get this trialed vaccination, you're going to be ridiculed, you're going to be isolated, whatever the situation. I can't even imagine what the school year is going to be like. Some kids won't make it out of that, you guys. That is the reality of this. Suicide and overdose is at an all-time high in teenagers. That is the truth. These kids, you cannot set them up for failure. When they are depressed and all they're thinking about is how they're isolated and discriminated against the staff, their coaches are pressuring them, it's unspeakable. We can't have this, you guys. Let these kids have their youth. Let them be normal. Let's get rid of these face diapers. They're disgusting.
Okay, thank you very much. Aaron Weiss.
Hello, my name is Erin Weiss. I have two children. One graduated from high school in 2011, and he was a Marine, and he's doing great, and I thank Huntley High School for setting him up for success. However, I don't have the same feeling for my child, who is 14, and he will be a freshman in high school next year. I'm actually here to speak on behalf of somebody who is not able to attend tonight and who was told that her comment could not be publicly heard because she would not be here. My name is Larissa Akrawi. I am the mom of two District 158 students. We moved to Huntley from Chicago because of the school. While I can still say our district is better than CPS, the gap has significantly narrowed throughout the last year. The way in which this district has handled the treatment of our kids is abhorrent. Let me break down some facts for you. Mr. Fagliano, do you need a mask? Because your face, you have a poker face, and you are so rude to the people that are coming up here to speak. Yes, you are. Everybody that has come up here to state anything or say anything in respect to their children or other people's children, you have given a smug face that is not appropriate. Anyway, sorry. Masks can be breeding grounds for infections from bacteria, mold, fungi, which is why the CDC recommends that a cloth mask should be washed with soap and water whenever it gets dirty, or at least daily. The CDC also advises that you should wash your hands anytime you change your mask or you put one on. Pretending that children and or adults are dutifully taking all these precautions is absurd, yet you're requiring them to wear masks. We went over some studies. I'm not really going to go over it, even though that was part of her statement. We've already gone over some. But this is especially cruel to young children. A year of mask wearing will scar some of them psychologically. By hiding teachers' lips and muffling their speech, mask wearing makes it harder for young children to develop linguistic skills and prevents children with hearing impairments from lip reading. Unable to rely on facial cues, teachers and students of all ages are more likely to misinterpret one another, a particularly acute problem for children on the autism spectrum. How are children supposed to develop social skills when they can't see another's faces, sit together, or play together? Yet, you're requiring them to wear masks. This district has no right to dictate these negative effects are acceptable consequence in combating a virus with a 99.9% recovery rate for children. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. That was from Nelson Mandela. Treat them better and unmask our kids. Now back to my own son. I am a parent who just went through hell. I apologize for my words. My son had bacterial pneumonia a month ago, in the middle of summer, from wearing a mask. And yes, I'm a good parent. I make him wear his mask when he goes to the store because we're compliant. We were following the recommendations, but my son got bacterial pneumonia. That is unacceptable, and to continue to send our kids to school with a face mask that they can't change, that they can't wash, that they have snot and facial mucous membrane materials coming out of their face into and breathing it in all day is unacceptable. We are asking you to stand with the other districts in our area that have made masks optional. That is what we are imploring you to do. Thank you.
Okay, just to clear up something, I'm not at all trying to be disrespectful. I'm actually listening intently to everything and every word everybody's saying. So that's, I don't know what the facial expression look is about, but I'm very serious to listen to every single word everybody has to say. So there's no disrespect. There's no disrespect meant. All right. Well, maybe. Can move on to Carrie Cross, please.
All right. I'm Carrie Cross. I'm a member of the District 158 Parent Union, with most of these people behind me. I have 2 Marlowe students and 1 hopeful Cheswick student who was completely robbed of his kindergarten year because of these mask mandates. I want to address many issues tonight. However, I've spoken here before to the Stoic board. I have also written in, and all of those letters have gone unanswered, requesting normalcy for my kids who suffered immensely during this school year. So tonight, I want to focus on a separate issue, because clearly, we all want to be unmasked. But tonight, I'm talking about internet safety on our Chromebooks. I am here to talk about the lack of transparency on your internet blocks and filters on the school-provided Chromebooks. I have been told there are blocks and filters, but they are not perfect. I understand that it is difficult to block everything, but it is not difficult to be upfront and honest with parents. Your lack of transparency has caused kids to be able to view highly inappropriate sexual content. After having an issue where the middle school blocks didn't work or flag anything, I asked for more blocks. Not once was I informed that I could put my own safety measures onto a school-provided device. This should be common knowledge when Chromebooks are issued. They should all have a giant red label warning parents of the potential dangers and that the district-provided device is not 100% safe. Also clarifying that when the devices are off of school property, they are much less secure. Seems like important info for parents to have while we spend the year at home. No parent should have to dig on your website, as I was advised to do, to find that information. Have some integrity and be upfront and honest and truly do what is right. My request for protecting our kids from this side of technology should not be denied. You say that you're making decisions for our kids' safety, but full internet safety should be mandatory. Even with the elementary blocks placed on my 8th grader's Chromebook, I was still able to view a video yesterday on anime incestual videos that was graphic in both commentary and visual. So let me clarify for anyone who missed that. I was able to access this with elementary age blocks. I am certain parents can't sit right next to their children every time they open up their Chromebooks. We should be able to trust that the school provides what the school provides. However, the last year of everything I have witnessed and overheard said to my kids via Zoom proves I shouldn't blindly trust anyone or anything from this district to do what is in my child's best interest. So, I have one other thing to say, because you guys denied public meeting, even though it was in your agenda, to allow public emails sent in. So since that happened, now that the meetings have returned to traditional manner, as stated in that email, I expect school to also return in a traditional manner. Amen. And we will not be masking our children. If the state board has left it to individual districts, then we as parents have the right to make the choices for our families. They are not dictators, and this is not a law in any sense. My kids will not bring or wear masks. They can send them home daily for all I care. I'm tired of this district's attempt at power and control. Teachers teach, parents parents. Our kids didn't just make sacrifices this last year. You all sacrificed them.
Thank you. Danny Abatement.
Oh, wait, she's out there for the meeting. She's got a little time, like we fixed it, we'll give her a second.
Yeah, let's, okay, hey, we'll, good suggestion.
Literally, no, she's literally walking. She's getting it out there.
Good evening. My name is Danny Abatement. I'm a mother to an incoming kindergartner. As I stand here representing my daughter and all of the voiceless students like her, I stand in a board meeting that has returned to its traditional manner, like Carrie said, and I expect our students to open in August in their traditional pre-pandemic manner as well. Mask optional and without verification of vaccination. Why mask optional? In the LUTA letter issued June 21st, 2021, and signed by Dr. Scott Rowe, he asked ISBE for full guidance. Now, newly adopted CDC guidance by ISBE states that masks should be worn by all individuals age 2 or older who are not fully vaccinated. Should is the key word here. They did not say shall or required. The governor's office even said that the new recommendations are not a mask mandate. Additionally, ISBE and CDC state that if school administrators decide to remove any of the prevention strategies for their school based on local conditions, they should remove them one at a time and monitor them closely. Dr. Scott Rowe asked, and ISBE answered. So let's start with removing masks. Why mask optional? In Dr. Rowe's letter signed to LUTA, it states that through science, we know that children are the least vulnerable population to COVID. McHenry County currently has a 99% recovery rate and 0 deaths in the age range of 0 to 19. 0. Why mask optional? Currently, our district plans on segregating our children based on their private health information. The masking of individuals who have not received the COVID vaccine essentially forces their private health information to become public knowledge. Labeling students, as we know, creates division and bullying. In an article labeled D158 OK's 5-year plan to work toward equity, one statement really stood out to me, which was, quote, the idea for the coalition was born out of a smaller group of parents and staff who came together after the pamphlet was distributed to talk about preventing discrimination and promoting diversity in the district. I wondered if D158 plans on including diversity of health information within this program. If D158 doesn't want discrimination among students and staff due to skin color, sexual orientation, etc., then surely they shouldn't promote or tolerate discrimination due to choosing what you inject or don't inject into your body or what you wear or don't wear on your face. Board members, when will you put into writing how the school district plans on honoring differing health beliefs, especially when it comes to a student with religious exemption for the coronavirus vaccine and masks. In closing, I'm going to reference back to that LUTA letter, which says, while we have the utmost respect for IDPH, they do not have the expertise in pre-K to 12 education or in the leadership of schools. So while we have the utmost respect for administrators and educators alike, they do not have the expertise that parents have when it comes to managing the health of our children. We demand for the upcoming school year to be mask optional and without verification of vaccine status, which are private family decisions. Unmask my 5-year-old so she can sit amongst the rest of the least vulnerable population. Thank you.
Kinsey Hayes.
Hello, my name is Kinsey Hayes, and I'm going to be a 7th grader at Marlow Middle School. I'm proposing that all students, K through 12, should have the choice to wear a mask at school. I don't believe masks should be required this year, regardless of vaccination status, because I know that I'm not going to get my vaccine. The children and families that are concerned should wear masks, but the families and children that aren't shouldn't be forced to. We have reached the point in our community and state where those who want the vaccine have had the opportunity to get one. Wearing masks last school year was uncomfortable and distracting. During school, I was constantly fixing my mask or adjusting it, but it was always uncomfortable, which many of you know and are aware of. So how would you feel if you were forced to wear an itchy, uncomfortable mask that is hard to breathe in for 7 hours a day, 5 days a week, all while trying to learn and focus in school? Last school year, when we had to wear masks, it was also hard to understand my teachers when they were speaking to the class. This caused so much confusion among the students on what we were supposed to be doing. Also, when working in small groups, 3 to 6 feet apart, plus the mask, it was very difficult to hear and or understand classmates when working, or even just having a conversation. My cousins live in Texas, and they go to a public elementary school where they weren't required to wear a mask last school year. They did not have any outbreaks of COVID within their school. I believe that it would be the same for our school district if the students were given the choice to wear masks. My younger sister and I participate in many activities in Huntley, including cheer, golf, soccer, and tumbling. We are no longer required to wear a mask for any of them, and we have not had a problem with anyone getting COVID. I believe that we would not have a problem with COVID at schools either if we were given the choice to wear masks. In closing, please consider giving all students, grades K through 12, the choice to wear masks regardless of vaccination status. Thank you for your time.
Excellent job. Good job. Andy Bick.
Right, Andy.
First thing, is it possible to lower the temperature in here? Seriously. We have a thermostat, right? My name is Andy Bittman. I've lived in this district for about 4 years. When we moved to Illinois, selected this district. We did a bunch of research. We picked what we thought was the best district we could find. We were very happy with this district until COVID. I have 3 kids that have gone through the district. I have a daughter who graduated from Huntley High School in 2019, a son who graduated in 2021, and a new 8th grader. So why am I here? COVID got me involved. I actually requested a Freedom of Information Act in May. I thought I was doing a good job. I'm getting involved in this. And this board, Mr. Quagliano, you basically in the last meeting ranted about people getting Freedom of Information Act. That is not the spirit of what this district is about. You should be ashamed. Yes. Yeah. Shake the head. Shake the head. Keep doing it. You look great when you do it. This district has a $100 million budget. It needs oversight. This oversight comes from this board. All of you, and you all sit like this in every meeting. You don't speak. You don't argue with each other. There is no diversity of thought on this board. You just sit. FOIA that I requested was of 29,000 credit card expenses. There's a lot of information in there. A board that was interested in watching over the district would be looking at this information. But Mr. Quagliano said, come to a board meeting, kiss my ring, and I'll give you all the information. I don't think so. I also don't think you're aware of all the information that's available online. You talked about 15 years ago how you came here, picked up the paper packets. All these people can go online. They can get the information online. They can watch the board meetings. Just because we're not here doesn't mean we're not listening. It doesn't mean we're not watching. I wanted to spend some time on this because I think it shows how disconnected all of you are. All the other districts around here have COVID on their agendas. You have nothing. We have no union contract yet. Are we even going to have a school year? That's not on the agenda. What are you doing? The state is divided on how to handle kids in school during the age of COVID. Parents in this district are very concerned on both sides. They're concerned about the curriculum, the left turn this district is taking. And there are people who like that. We want the board to represent us as a community. We want you to actually come up and argue about these things, about what all these people believe. There's a lot of thoughts out there and you're not listening. So please leave health decisions, morality decisions with the parents and our doctors. Please push on the administration and vote on something. Vote on what we're going to do for COVID. All the other districts vote. You don't.
That one got a face, I'm sorry. Number 9. I apologize. I think is it Sean Zalude?
Well, I want to start out tonight to let everyone in this room know that District 158 has silenced a lot of parents in our district. What I'm about to read below, I sent in because I was supposed to work tonight. I put my business reputation on the line when I asked my client if I could reschedule so I could be here tonight. I want to point out, because I know what's on the agenda. Number 6 states, to accommodate the virtual meeting, those seeking to make comments are encouraged to submit comments prior to the meeting via email to the superintendent to be read publicly at the meeting. I sent my letter in on Tuesday and was told public comments submitted via email were accepted previously in order to adhere to the capacity limitations due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As these restrictions have changed, District 158 has returned to our additional public comment process. Yet, let me point out again, in tonight's agenda, number 6, that submitted comments to be read publicly. Stop and think about that. Okay, so here's what my letter had said, that I had sent in. Dear School District 158, I'm a mother of 5 and that attend the school district, and we have been part of the school district for over 14 years. When I received the latest email about mask mandates, I was completely in shock. When I read that children are vaccinated don't have to wear masks, but those that are not have to wear masks, my heart sank. Our district has stood up to bullying, fairness, equality, making your children feel loved no matter their race, religion, disabilities. Yet now the district is choosing to separate our children into 2 categories and rewarding those that are vaccinated. So now the children that aren't vaccinated because of religious beliefs, what happened to religious freedom? Or just because their parents want to wait for more long-term results are put into public display because they're wearing a face mask. For our kids to make fun of, for our other kids to say, if you don't wear a mask, get vaccinated, to be separated. This is pure pressure and the highest. Our children shouldn't have to bear the weight. I don't normally publicize my personal medical records as I believe in medical privacy, but I'm choosing to share mine today. I'm high risk, and a very hard decision I made
was to get the vaccine for myself. I state this because I want people to understand I'm not against the vaccine for those that are high risk or even those that choose to get it. But my reasons for my children are different. They are not high risk. This was the 1918 flu. We would be having a totally different conversation. But the studies have shown that children are very low risk. In McHenry County, since the beginning of COVID, there have been 4,870 positive cases and 0 deaths. Let me repeat, 0 deaths for those that are under the age of 20. This information is on the McHenry County Health website. You can go verify it. With that being said, the risk is so super low and not worth the emotional damage that is separating our children would cause. I was pleased with the announcement out of District 308 that they are going where they're letting the parents decide. There's also a link to that reference on my information as well. I'm almost done, and you won't silence me again. I also understand that the last 48 hours, several other school districts have done the same. I asked our district to think of the emotional damage of separating our children and what that will do to them. So I ask that you vote on one of these two things. Every child wears a mask until no one has to wear a mask, or allow the parents to make the choice for their children. I kind of think we know what that result will be.
Thank you. You made a good point. Our agenda did erroneously state that stuff could be emailed. We had gone to in-person public comment the last meeting, and it was a clerical issue that it got pasted onto it. We apologize.
You didn't follow it, yeah.
Well, we had,
They've been public for a month, I could have made.
we had switched over. It was a mistake. Apologize for the mistake, okay? But we,
my client.
okay, well, unfortunately, I don't have that opportunity. I apologize through you. Betsy Feldy.
Hi, good evening. My name is Betsy. I have 2 girls in the school district, and actually one son that I withdrew last year, and he actually plans to continue at the private school this year. I'm just here to ask a couple of questions about concerns that I have. The first is about contact tracing. So,
Is the green light on?
yes, it is. Oh, sorry. My first concern or questions about contact tracing. So I know that last year, based on the email that we received from the district, that the children that are unvaccinated will, of course, wear masks this year. And so if that is to be true, I'm just wanting to understand what contact tracing will look like next year. Last year, I was one of the unfortunate parents that was called to get their child from school, when in fact the result happened to be a false positive. And the 40 parents, me being one of them, that was called, that affected your staff time, my child's learning, and also my time as a parent having to come to the school to get my child. So I just wanted to know more information about the contact tracing for next year. And then my next concern is about kids that choose to not get vaccinated. I've heard that there is that shield testing that I guess maybe that this district is going to go forward with. My concern with that is 2. Number 1 is that if a COVID kid does get vaccinated, they can actually still get COVID. So are they also going to be COVID tested? And then the kids that maybe don't have the vaccine, is it going to be like one door is the COVID or the unvaxxed door and the other door is the vaccinated door? So how, like, logistically are you going to work that out, and how legally can we work that out so our kids aren't discriminated with against and vaccinated so highly? I work in the medical community, and we're part of a National Association of Surgeons, and so that surgical group will push down recommendations, things they recommend that we do for our practice, and yet we work together based on our experience, our surgeons' experience, our outcomes and beliefs, and we make our own choices for our patients. So we take those recommendations and make different choices, and that's what I'm hoping the board will choose to do today. I know that the Illinois board has made some recommendations, but those are not things that you guys have to choose to do. You can make the recommendations you feel like are the best for the kids in our community. In a year where there's been a lot of talk about diversity, inclusion, and discrimination, I think that some of the recommendations that you guys are choosing to follow or may follow are just not going to fall in line with those new ideas and beliefs. And per the website, the mission of the district is to inspire, challenge, and empower everyone every day, and I empower you guys to that process.
All right, we're going to go one more before we switch over to the board meeting, and we'll allow the rest of the public comments at the tail end of the agenda. Andrew Martin. Andrew Martin. I'll shuffle them back down toward the end, and we'll take another one here. So then we'll go Tom or Aaron Cease. Right, Tom.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tom Cease, and we've lived in Hunley since 2006. We have 3 children. One's going into kindergarten, another one middle school, and then the other one is in high school. As a parent, all that I'd ask is that you take into consideration that the CDC recommendations is just that. It's a recommendation, not a mandate for the schools. And we feel sending the unvaccinated kids to school with masks and those vaccinated with masks will create a volatile environment that is only going to create mass bullying, discrimination, and separation. I told you the ages of my kids because my son, his name's Jack Thomas, and he's going into kindergarten. And I look at my daughters who went through the same kindergarten he's going into, and it breaks my heart that he's not going to have the same experience. So I'm here in front of you today to challenge you to be bold and authentic and make the right decision, which I know you have in you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. All right, we will suspend the public comment and go back to it. We'll move on to item 7, just the revision and adoption of the agenda. Do we have any items for removal? Lombard, do you have Dr. Schlichter? Dr. McCrindle? Mark, you have something?
I have fiscal memos on here already.
But you don't need any extra?
No. Thank you.
Any other, anybody have any other revisions or adoptions? I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with the following removal. Remove item 9, remove item 10, remove item 11, remove item 12. Ms. Melendi seconds that. We get roll call on that.
There's 13 and 14.
All right, I'm sorry, let me amend the motion. Okay, let's make a motion to approve the agenda with the removal of items 9, 10, and 11. I have a second on that? Yes. Second from Ms. Melendi. Can we roll call?
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry? Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Freddy?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. We'll move to item 8. Ms. Lombard.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to give a brief update, just in regards to transportation. We know that, that was definitely an area, in the spring and, moving forward that we've had some discussion on in terms of just, our staffing, our resources, as well as, what that might look like moving into the fall. So I wanted to provide, just based on, preliminary routes and enrollment, numbers that we have. The department has kind of looked at, the staffing where we are now, with some of our hires that we have done. And, based on the number of routes that we would need for all levels, it does appear as of today that, our numbers, we have the staff that would be needed to cover those routes. We have 4 additional drivers who are in the mix of either testing or various parts through the hiring process as well. And those, not specifically those individuals, but those numbers of individuals are needed and would be needed for our full-time on-call subs, if you will, that we have working daily to cover for any absences and whatnot. So we are continuing to hire because we know that we will have staff absences. But right now, that is, we're looking good moving forward here. And that's a positive component that we wanted to share. Also, in terms of that hiring process, we are meeting with an individual through a transportation, private transportation company that may be able to assist with some of those subbing kinds of components for us. And so at the next meeting, I may have more of a report on that if we would go ahead and partner with them. So in terms of the staffing and the routing, we're going to move forward with that. We also conducted an audit through First Student where they looked at our routing procedures. They're very familiar with our Versatran and just transportation in general. We met with them for their preliminary report, and they were able to send that, and both the Director of Transportation, our routing coordinator, and I are delving in deeper into there. But it was actually some very positive feedback that came back. They were looking at our routing, and our routing processes and procedures are pretty spot on. With probably a lot of that has to do with the fact that we provide transportation to all of our students, right? We don't have any that are required to walk. They may choose to do so. So they weren't able to find a lot of recommendations on how we can pull back or condense any of our routes and our runs on a large scale to save resources. That was one of those things that was like, we're doing really well in that, and whatnot. But they did find a few areas that may be dependent on our ridership that we could potentially move some runs or stops to other routes that might be able to collapse a couple of our routes. And 1, 2, 3, that's always going to help. We wouldn't eliminate those, but then again, we know that we do need drivers that would be in that subbing route. And so we're going to be taking a look at those specific routes and stops that they have addressed to see if that could shift and restructure some of our resources into those other components. They did have some other recommendations that will assist us just in our efficiency and utilization of new strategies that Versatran does allow. And so we did find that the audit was fruitful. In that, one of their recommendations to better assist making yearly decisions is to get a good number of our ridership that are actually utilizing transportation. We know that last year we had a number of families that, because of the restrictions on the buses, chose to drive their students. They don't want to do that moving forward. So we are actually working on getting that information out that we do at the beginning of the school year on when routes will be available on Power School and all that. One addition that we are going to ask parents this year and moving forward, not because of COVID, but for staffing purposes and routing purposes moving forward, is to ask parents, will their child be utilizing the bus in the morning? Will their child be utilizing the bus in the afternoon? Or do they not need transportation? We know some of our students are in the before and after school care program, so they won't need a bus route. We know that there are students at the high school that drive and have a permit for parking. They wouldn't necessarily need that spot on there. So this is not asking parents not to, but to get a better idea of which parents won't be utilizing that, because then as we look at the runs and the stops, we may be able to say, hey, this stop, if we moved it over here onto the other side of the subdivision, if you will, not moving stops, but taking that stop and putting it on another route, that can help shift and maybe save some of those resources. Again, it's not going to be something where we're changing stops or changing the amount of time that a student is on there, but getting a better idea of who's utilizing that transportation to make some of those changes. We all know at the beginning of the year, everybody is slotted on a spot. some buses might look a little bit more crowded, and then we have to do shifting those first few weeks. This will help us better identify which students are on which buses and have less change for students and families in those first few weeks of the school year. So we will be implementing that. I think that's going to be going out here. It's a survey with all those other components, but that will be something that we will be moving forward. And that was one of the recommendations that they came up with, that we're like, that absolutely does make sense, because while we offer it to everybody, some families just choose not to utilize that. And so we will be kind of making a few changes here and there with that. I do want to be honest that one of the things that we are doing moving forward with our transportation, we know that there's some ISBE guidance that we haven't received yet on specifics out there in terms of maybe cafeteria space, bus utilization. We know we couldn't have more than 50 riders on there. We are waiting for that transportation update to happen, but based on some of the other components that they've shared, we're moving forward creating these routes with the expectation that we would be able to have that full capacity again. And just as a reminder, full capacity on maybe an 83 passenger bus or a 77 passenger bus, we don't fill that to capacity. We use kind of a ratio when we're talking about elementary, that's much more full. Our little ones, they're smaller, right? And then when we go into middle school on a 77 passenger bus, that's probably closer to the upper 50s, if you will, and then low to mid 50s at the high school level, again, because the size of our students that are, they're more adult, you just want that comfortability that's on there. And so those are how we are kind of basing our routes right now. Any questions that you guys have on our processes or procedures moving forward?
Are they going to do a specific audit for the high school? Because I would think that's an area that, a lot of kids, they have, before school activities, a lot of stay after. And
so we're asking every parent to fill that out, and we will, encourage those that we don't get that information on. Again, this is not anything to do with the pandemic. It is exactly for those reasons, so that when we have those routes, it's not, oh my goodness, we're sitting 2 to 3 to a seat in the high school feeling really crammed, and we make changes those first few weeks. Leslie, that's exactly right. We do know that probably more at the high school, then a little bit less at the middle school, and then fewer don't utilize that at the elementary, but it'll help us make great resource decisions.
Thank you.
There are some open seats, so if you get tired of sitting on the floor and uncomfortable, please feel free to grab a seat to save your back for one meeting.
Okay, item 12, down one, fiscal service reports. Mr. Alker.
Thank you very much. The first item on the agenda is just simply the fiscal service, fiscal updates. Just a few things to point out on that memo, the budget and the 5-year plan, and certainly the district's debt restructuring plan that'll come later this evening. But the two items I did want to make the board aware of is, we do have the audits coming up at the end of July, and they did come out and did some preliminary field work, all went very well. So we're looking forward to start the year-end audit, and Debbie and team has done an absolute great job getting ready for the audit, so I did want to note that. I did want to note transportation. We're always looking to, we talk about operational efficiencies, and Ms. Lombard talked about the things we're doing in transportation, and we're continue to we're always looking at becoming even more green if we can, and we had an opportunity to apply for some grants, a DARA grant, that's a Diesel Emission Reduction Act grant, working with a bunch of other school districts with an attempt to actually try to receive a couple electric school buses free of charge. Those buses, each bus, they run about $350,000, $400,000 each. So if we were able to pull that off, that would be pretty good for the school district. Unfortunately, it was a competitive grant, and the team did a great job pulling together the grant application, but there was an incredible amount of applications, and in the process, I think we finished the grant application for the co-op, the bus to grid co-op, for which we're part of, came in 10th place, and they only funded the top 8 applications within that grant. And based on a point basis, well, it's our understanding that we were only 1.33 points off of being in 8th place. So the team is continuing to work hard because there's a lot of other grant applications coming down the pipeline. There's another JERA grant application this fall. In fact, we just recently heard about a Volkswagen settlement for which $6.5 million has been set aside for the Chicago area to be used for electric buses. And so we are working very hard to make sure that we're part of that grant application moving forward. So it's something that we continue to do as part of our operational efficiencies, and that is just another example of that. I just wanted to make sure that I told the story behind that one. Other than that, I'd be happy to answer any questions on the monthly fiscal updates.
No, you're gonna save the discussion on that stuff for,
Yeah, that discussion will come under an action item because we have the parameters resolution.
Yeah, I'm just looking at your little list here.
I could roll into the next item if you'd like, Mr. Quagliano.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the next item on the agenda is the May financial executive summary. You know, we're in the middle of closing year end. We have the audit starting in 2 weeks. You know, I'd be happy to answer any question on that if you have that. I can give a little feedback. You know, we continue to track favorably to budget, as we've been talking all year long with some of the things that we did from furlough and not having substitute teaching and things of that nature. So there is favorability in the budget, and I know we're going to talk about that a little bit later. From a health insurance standpoint, you know, that's a big ticket item for the district. You know, approximately 10% of our overall costs are on health insurance, and we've been trending pretty consistently within budget. And in your financial report that you have in front of you, you have May, for which we had $753,000 worth of claims in the month of May. And June is actually no difference. In fact, there was a little bit of an uptick at about $900,000. So it does look like, based on the final numbers that we're looking at, that we still are going to be a couple $100,000 favorable to budget, but that's a little closer than we generally like to see. We'd like to see that be, well, we'd like to see our employees be a little more healthy, and we have a little more favorability on that line item. But I did want to give the board that update, but I'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have on that. And then in August, we'll be able to obviously give you a much deeper understanding of where we're going to end up with the audit having taken place.
So on the employee benefits insurance, that is probably the closest we've been.
That is the closest we've been in a long time.
Right. Anyone have any further questions for Mr. Altmeyer? Revenue and expenditure report. All right. We'll move on to 13, Assistant Superintendent of HR, Dr. Zier.
Mr. Quagliano, I don't have any updates this evening on minor all action items.
Okay. Good. Okay. And 14, Dr. Budzinski, anything on your updates? Didn't get far enough down the agenda. Stop me at 12. All right. Item 15 is community relations and student outreach. So we have our FOIA request listed there. Any questions by anyone on that? Again, a clarification of my comments last month. I'm absolutely in favor of FOIA. I think people should utilize it for information. My suggestion was purely to engage more of the public with the board if they had questions, to possibly go to the board or administration first before feeling like they had to go to FOIA. But I obviously understand the importance of FOIA. It was not my intention to stifle any kind of public discourse in any way, shape, or form, and the categorization of one of the public comments was completely erroneous in that respect. So having said that, nothing further on FOIA. Item 16, building and grounds. Mr.
Three comments about the update. Just a heads up for the board, the roof replacement project of phase 2 of the flat roof work is going well until the rain started last week. There is the start of an accumulation of some minor change order expenses for some replacement of some wet insulation that was uncovered, and some cost avoidance for putting fasteners for holding the new row system into the deck to avoid conduits that were discovered underneath. I'll have a change order for the board at the August COW. On the matter of the solar project, I finally worked with ComEd and got to a point where we are getting credit for power reconciled all the way back to the beginning of permission to operate for all three campus array systems. There are still some minor questions about some of the charges that I'm working through, and they've went ahead and eliminated providing accurate data on what each meter is doing on the solar right now. And so I've been telling them about this for a long time, and I expressed my frustration and said within about 2 weeks, if I don't hear anything, I might consider calling the ICC. That prompted them to have a line up a teleconference with me on July 23rd. So I'll keep my fingers crossed to get more information. Our own in-house meters where a training meeting is going to be scheduled real soon, so we can use that to also reconcile and be able to give the board hopefully soon accurate information on its production. And lastly, just to highlight on this month's attached report for the last monthly dashboard from ComEd overall, and this does highlight the fact that they do have the data, more accurate data than what they're sharing on their site now. They've actually terminated our access to that. But on the average day, we spend $147 electricity in the last 30 days on this report. Last year, that same month, we spent $1,372 a day. The average daily kilowatt hour consumption, 233 kilowatt hours daily from 20,121, so quite a drop. And the average daily temperature only varied 1 degree, so that's a fairly accurate comparison. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. McKissick? Superintendent's report. Dr.
Thank you, Mr. Quagliano. To start, 17.1 is donation. I'd like to highlight and show our appreciation to the Troy family who's donated $500 to the school district. Gratitude for their daughter's experiences from yearbook to newspaper to the medical academy. So thank you to the Troy family. We're happy to accept that donation. On to some updates, general updates around the school district. As obviously is the center of our topic and public comment this evening, we did receive the CDC and IDPH updated guidance on Friday afternoon. Since then, we've been digesting and analyzing and determining what this means for us and what options we have that lay in front of us. Yesterday, as is our weekly routine, the superintendents of the county met with the McHenry County Department of Health and intend to continue collaborating with us on our path forward. That being said, I want to be sure that we're clear that no decision has been made regarding masks during school. All our commenters mentioned the segregation of students based on vaccinated and unvaccinated. That is not a decision that has been made. If that that message came across during our communication last Friday, to get an update that we received this guidance, I sincerely apologize. It certainly is not the case. As soon as that decision is made, we'll be discussing that in a public forum such as this, and we'll communicate that information with our families as soon as possible. We still need information from ISB before we are ready, prepared to make a decision of that magnitude. In particular, as Ms. Lombard mentioned, bus capacity, ISB has to weigh in on how things like band and choir are going to operate, which obviously we don't want to make a decision and then have to change over and over and over. You experienced enough change last year. We want to be sure we take our time and do this right. Once we have that decision, obviously, in a public forum, we'll discuss it, present, and welcome any of that feedback.
So why is the school asking for to keep it on file if your child's unvaccinated or not? If it's unvaccinated, they're asking to attend this dinner.
Happy to speak with you after the meeting about that. I'd be happy to speak with you about that. Transportation update, as Ms. Lombard indicated, we shared a report that we're getting very close to hiring all of the bus drivers that we need. I just wanted to publicly thank Laura Hooper and her transportation team for all the hard work that went into that. It's definitely no easy task. We do still need drivers, so please continue spreading the word as we will continue to recruit to establish that pool of substitute drivers. And in terms of the return to school update, I wanted to just share with the board, there's a lot of good work going on behind the scenes in terms of preparing for our students in the fall. I wanted to share that the August committee of the whole meeting, we will be sharing some details about how we are improving our MTSS process. MTSS is a more up-to-date version of RTI, so how we intervene with students who are struggling academically. And we'll be aggressively attacking the unfinished learning with our students based on what they experienced this past year. And our curriculum and special services departments will also highlight just how we plan on bridging the gap for our students in the classroom. I'm excited to share that with you, and we are creating to ensure that our students are supported wherever they are in their learning journey on a personalized basis. Additionally, as Mr. Altmeyer alluded to, we'll be sharing updates as to how we intend on using the federal funds that we received for the grants because of COVID this year. That is a requirement of the grant that be presented publicly, and we welcome public feedback to our plan. So during this meeting, I will also highlight important details of the school year, a lot of the details that people are really wanting to know. Just a couple weeks away when we have all of those I's dotted and T's crossed. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Yeah, I do have one.
Go ahead.
Dr. Rose, can you just elaborate a little bit? Do you have any feedback on how summer school went? I just thought of that when you talked about, our personalized learning. Do you have any feedback on how first session of summer school went and how that worked for our students, or do we not have that data yet because it just ended?
Sure. Actually, I'm going to hand it off to the curriculum department, let Dr. Slater speak to that herself.
So we still have some sessions underway, and so we'll be collating a lot of that data at the very end. But what I can tell you is that we have very successfully had some students finish for credit recovery. We do that in a standards-based way, where students aren't having to take an entire class at the secondary level, but just focusing on those portions that they've missed. And so we've absolutely had some data that showed that learning recovery throughout the summer, which was our hope in offering that service free of charge to all students. And so that has been very, very successful. In fact, we're working on updating those transcripts right now and getting student schedules updated. The high school, middle schools are working on that as we speak. And as you know, we did add that second elementary session, and Dr. Nissen will be doing some about that.
We've had quite a few students, a lot more than we've ever had before at our summer school, which is great news. And we've had a couple of drop out because of vacations and the summer's, long, but they're still going. And we are in the middle of the second session right now, just like Dr. Switzer shared, and we're hoping to have some growth data. We did at the beginning of the session assessment we're doing at the end, to be able to show you at the end of the summer exactly how far they've grown. So they've about, I think, one more week, a week and a half left of it.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anything else for Dr. Rowe? Thank you, Dr. Rowe. Item 18 is President's Report. I don't think I'll take up any time here. I want to keep moving through the meeting so we can hear from our public. I want to hear what you people have to say. So we'll move on to Legislation Committee. Mr. Creddy, do you have anything date-wise?
No, not too much. The only thing that I have on the agenda would be the SB 818. That's the sex ed bill that is on the governor's desk as of June 25th, and he has 60 days to sign that. So still waiting the answer on that.
Yeah, and I was going to ask for Mr. Altmeyer's.
Senate Bill 508 is still on the governor's desk and awaiting. I think he's got 44 days left.
Just 4 days?
44
Yeah,
days. I'm tracking it every day.
Just to clarify, if the governor does not sign that, or any bill within 60 days, it automatically becomes law.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Meaning he could veto it if he wanted.
Okay. Any other questions legislatively? All right. Item 20, we're on to our action items. 20.1 is Board of Education. We have our minutes listed. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes as presented in the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Maiorino. Can we roll call, please?
The voice vote.
Mrs. Maiorino.
Yes.
Mr. Craddy.
Yes.
Mr. Troy.
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi.
Yes.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes.
Mr. Gentry. Mr. Quagliano.
Yes. Besides. Okay, motion passes. Item 20.1-2, Dr. Roy, I think you're going to talk about this.
Yes, so we were contacted by the Internet Freedom for McHenry County Group, a nonprofit organization in the county, and has been advocating for high-speed broadband internet at a financially accessible rate to all citizens in McHenry County. As we experienced this last year, I think we're seeing the fact that internet connectivity is becoming a human right at this point in terms of your ability to function. This is particularly important to us because there are pockets of our school district that had connectivity issues, and we, advocated through all of our means to get broadband to them, to get cell service to them, because even our hotspots in places, especially in Collins Coat, had some real difficulties with that connectivity. So this group applied for and was granted a $15,000 grant to continue their advocacy and strategically game plan how they'll be able to accomplish that goal, whether it be through seeking private donors or having discussion with local public entities as to identifying the problem and identifying a plan for resolution. So we were contacted by the leader of the offshoot, which is the McHenry County Fiber Coalition, who has been charged to working with the McHenry County Economic Development Corporation on making that plan and beginning to advocate that. And they asked District 158 to be a partner, as they are many school districts and other units of local government, cities and villages, because of our technology prowess in the area. So we are obviously in support of this. We believe that we need enhanced broadband internet access at a reasonable cost to all citizens, especially when your learning relies on it so much in today's world. So this is a symbolic gesture of our involvement, and Dr. Bazinski has volunteered to actively be a member of this coalition on our behalf and keep us apprised as to what actions they're planning for. So we're definitely in support of this, and we ask for you to take the symbolic action and allow us to participate.
All right, questions? My question, there's no financial commitment.
Yeah.
I asked that question specifically of Mr. Alexander, who's leading this organization, and there is no financial commitment whatsoever, nor is there the outcome to be an expectation that we lobby for an increase in local taxes. I specifically asked that question as well. Mr. Alexander actually is a former teacher. He's a former union president of U46, and was also served in down at state IEA, very passionate about education, and has moved to our school district. So it was nice speaking with him, but the questions that you asked were high on my mind as well.
Further questions for Dr. Rowe on this item?
No.
If not, I'll make a motion to approve the board resolution in support of McHenry County Fiber Coalition as stated in the agenda. And second. Mr. Troy, you have a roll call.
Mr. Craddy.
Yes.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes.
Mr. Gentry. Mrs. Melendi.
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano.
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino. Yes. Mr. Troy.
Yes.
Motion passes. On the 20.2 Human Resource Committee, Dr. Zier, anything to add to the report?
Yeah, got an action item here for the HR personnel report. I do not have any additional comments on that.
Any questions for Dr. Zier? Not. I'll make a motion to approve the HR personnel report as stated in the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Guerin. Can we roll call?
Mrs. Maiorino.
Yes.
Mr. Craddy.
Yes.
Mr. Troy.
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi.
Yes.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes.
Mr. Gentry. Mr. Quagliano.
Yes. Motion passes. Item 2.2, fiscal 22 substitute rates. Dr. Zier.
And then making a recommendation this evening to adjust our current substitute rates. As you can see in the attached document, we have areas where we sub, primarily teachers across the district. It's been 3 years since we've made an adjustment to the rate, in an effort to maintain and be competitive and to recruit subs. As we know, there is a shortage of substitute teachers, paras, and as you go on down the line there. So what you're seeing in that first page is where we currently stand with our rate. And Mr. Altmeyer and I and Dr. Rowe worked to come up with some adjusted rates here, and also I'm in communication with local districts, and we share what the rates are, and we want to maintain our competitiveness as we move forward. And we've got some different rates here as people work and accumulate days with the districts, and different rates also as you look at long-term subs, which is sometimes difficult to fill. So I'll field any questions you have on the adjusted rate for FY22.
Okay. All right, so you've moved it from 100 to 110 on Monday through Thursday. Friday, we already had it at 110, correct?
Correct. So to be clear, there would be 110 across the board. We did do that 110 on Fridays there for the last 3 years.
And then you cut in half the amount of time it takes somebody to cumulatively get to
get that increase,
higher rate.
daily increase, right?
Some other sprinkled in increases. Does anybody have any questions for Dr. Zare concerning that?
So Dr. Zare, you said this is competitive with the districts in or around our area?
Yeah, some districts take, some different angles and how they figure, we go with that daily rate. Sometimes some districts go up like, the base salary, District 47 is one of those, District 155. So everyone kind of takes a different approach to how they figure the rates, but this does keep us competitive. And if not right now, a nudge above, a couple of districts, but this is something, that's fluid in districts. If they would, get in October, November, and, see they need to change, sometimes that happens. So I'll try to keep in communication as, folks are leading the HR department and where we're at and everything.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions?
No.
I'll make a motion to approve the fiscal year 22 substitute rates as stated in the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Melendi. Any roll call?
Mr. Gehring?
Yes.
Mrs. Mayorito?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Motion passes. Item 20.2.3, benefit focused contract renewal. Dr. Zare.
I'm bringing a recommendation to continue our partnership with Benefit Focus. We've been with them for the last 3 years, and essentially, the Benefit Focus platform allows our employees a very easy access to their health benefits. This is very important to us when we get into November and we have open enrollment. So as employees go in annually to do open enrollment, or new employees, this is the platform. They do that on the third party. And like I said, we partnered with them 3 years ago. They've been a very good partner, and Mr. Altmeyer and myself, and through our operational efficiency study, we twisted their arm pretty good, we think. We went back and forth with them quite a bit to get a significant reduction in what we were paying through those first 3 years. And we're very happy to bring what we feel for this platform with some significant savings out there. As you can see, we've got some annual savings coming back to us for $24,000 there. And then we also have some file fees, actually one file fee that we were having some problems with. And through our renewal process here, they're going to fix that for us. So what Benefit Focus is doing for us as they work with our ADP payroll system is making our offices, HR and payroll, very efficient in terms of making payroll go out twice a month, things being accurate, and making sure we can run reports and also, financially stay on track as we have different rates that come about January 1st. So right now, I'm very happy with Benefit Focus as we move forward. willing to listen, to other companies that may come about. It's a very competitive, field out there.
Questions for Dr. Zero regarding this? Yeah, I mean, we had it, I mean, the last 3 years were the first 3 years we utilized this, right?
Correct.
Please, you beat them up. Mr. Dr. Zero, beat them up, okay, for the rates. Very good.
We were friendly about it.
4,000?
Most part.
More friendly than that.
Yeah, he cut it down 30%, what it was. So, very good. All right, I'll make a motion to approve the benefit focus contract renewal as presented in the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Melendi. We have a roll call.
Mr. Gentry, Mr. Garin,
Yes.
Mr. Troy,
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano,
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi,
Yes.
Mrs. Iurino,
Yes.
Mr. Craddy.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes on finance 20.3. We have our payables. There's nothing specific you want to address, so I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the payables, purchase orders, impress disbursements as presented in the agenda. Have a second.
Second.
Second from Mr. Craddy. Any discussion on any of these items from anyone? Pat, roll call, please.
Mrs. Iurino,
Yes.
Mr. Craddy,
Yes.
Mr. Troy,
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi,
Yes.
Mr. Garin,
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano,
Yes.
Mr. Gentry.
Passes. Item 20.3.2, the revenue contracts. We have a couple hard to remember for both Chesac and Martin. Anybody have any questions concerning those revenue contracts? Okay. Make a motion to approve the revenue contracts for the fundraising activities as stated in the agenda. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Troy. Can we have roll call?
Mr. Craddy,
Yes.
Mr. Garin,
Yes.
Mr. Gentry, Mrs. Melendi,
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano,
Yes.
Mrs. Iurino,
Yes.
Mr. Troy.
Yes.
Passes on to 20.3.3, registration fees and tax abatement. Mr. Altmeyer.
I'm actually going to steal that one from Mr. Altmeyer.
The good stuff.
So back in January, the board had a discussion about how to handle a possible surplus that we foresaw. And at that point, you discussed three possibilities of reducing or eliminating tax or registration fees, refunding registration fees, possible tax abatement to reduce the impact of a future levy a homeowner might realize on their taxes. So at last month's meeting, that conversation became a little bit more serious, and we narrowed it down. And you gave us the charge to go ahead and move forward with our planning for a 50% reduction in the 21-22 registration fees for families. So that's what is one component of the item that's in front of you this evening. And the chart below that's highlighted in the packet would be exactly what families would realize and what we would be issuing our invoices for at 50% rate. And we maintain the early pay option. And important to note that early pay option of being taken care of prior to September 15th, a family will pay anywhere between $58.50 and $95 for still realize that savings. Beyond September 15th, then it goes to 50% of the normally full rate. The second option that you discussed and told us to come forward with was a tax abatement of $700,000 for next year's, the 2021 levy year. So with this next December, the levy hearing, assuming that you vote to approve the levy, we could apply that $700,000, which would reduce the increase that a taxpayer would receive, would be expected to pay on their tax bill. So, for example, that $700,000 will equate to about 70% of the 1.4% increase, as we already know CPI. So, for a homeowner, it approximates about 5 cents overall tax rate impact. So the homeowner that has a $300,000 house would realize a savings of that would reduce that bill by about $50. So we're very excited about, giving back the surplus that we realized this year due to the most unpredictable and challenging year we've all faced, and are hoping to help our families that have been impacted financially by the pandemic in a couple of different ways. One that touches our school families, and then one that touches the entire taxing district, recognizing that we have a significant portion of our families, of our residents that don't have children in our school district. So we present this to you this evening for approval.
All right. Mr. Altmeyer, you have anything further to say?
No, the only thing I would note to the board is if the board approves this tonight, it would, then the normal standard process would be we go through the levy process, and then after the levy process, we will come back to the board with a resolution that's for the $700,000 abatement, so that we can go through that standard operating procedure, so to speak. So just want to let the board know that this is not the resolution for the abatement that will come in the months of January and or February, but, I would move it forward to January for sure.
Right. Okay, yeah, and let's make it clear that there's two components to your property tax bill. One is our operating rate, the other is our debt repayment rate. This is a debt abatement to that debt and not to the operating rate. So trying to, there's a reason of doing that, and it's the operating funds are tax capped funds. The debt fund is not a tax cap fund. We don't want to affect the operating funds that are governed by the tax cap. So, any questions, discussion?
I do. How quickly is our, once,
The
assuming this is,
Invoices are
when
going out
do the
tomorrow.
invoices
We've
go
got a
out?
number of questions about the
Yeah.
invoices, and they are delayed. So we do normally send them out in June, but because of this action, we held on to them because we didn't want to cause any confusion. So Dr. Bazinski, I believe they're almost ready.
They are almost ready. We'll update the invoicing system with these updated numbers, and we will likely see them starting to show up in mailboxes next week.
Okay, because I see that the early pay is September 15th, which is after school starts, and that's it, so.
Correct. And historically, that early pay date has been very closely tied to the first day of school, and we wanted to push that at least a month to allow for that.
Because we're just getting the bills out.
Correct. We've also had a handful of families that have already paid the full amount because they went into the web store, they made those payments in full. We will also start processing refunds for the 50% of that, potentially as early as tomorrow.
Okay, and this is just for this current school year, so how are we handling the outstanding school payments from families from last year?
We've spoken with a few of those families. There were a couple of situations where a glitch in our software caused some problems that we worked through with them individually, but I know Dr. Bazinski and team continues to speak with them. The expectation would be that if an outstanding balance is owed, it should still be paid. This is for this next school year moving forward.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Anybody else have comments, discussion related to this item?
Yeah, I would add, actually, if you don't mind, I would add to the prior comment, Ms. Melindy, that if, given the last year, if a payment plan was needed, it's not an uncommon thing at all. If you're happy to work with anyone who has that outstanding balance, and it's just, they thought this was going to end up being waived altogether, we're happy to put together a payment plan of a reasonable amount. We can work with individual families, and they should contact us. Dr. Bazinski can navigate that.
Thank you.
Quantifying this as far as the revenue hit to the district, it's about $750,000.
Correct.
Right. So this is in line with our thought process of equally distributing out the benefits of that surplus for this current, we anticipate for the current year. So, anything, Mr. Troy?
Nope.
No. Okay, well then I'll make a motion to approve the registration fee and tax abatement presented in the agenda. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Troy. Roll call, please.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry? Mr. Garin?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes on the 20.3.4 bond issuance parameters resolution. Mr. Altmeyer.
Oh, thank you very much. You know, I first want to start this off with letting our folks out here in the public know that this is going to be a treat. If you love finance, this is your presentation, because the board loves it.
It's going to be a little dry.
Yeah.
If you need water.
So as discussed at the last board meeting, you know, we have met with PMA and Piper Jaffray, and I'm going to have them come up to the lectern here in a second. But tonight, we have two goals in mind for the board. Number one is we do have Piper Jaffray here, and Eric Anderson with Piper Jaffray, and Andrew Kim, by the way, with PMA. Bob Lewis couldn't make it today, so we welcome Andrew. He's going to help us out here as well and walk us through a presentation kind of outlining market conditions as well as opportunities that we have with restructuring the, you know, 2 remaining years of the wall that we have with our debt. So they're going to do that. But the second goal, and it's actually the action item of the memo that you have in front of you, and it's kind of become somewhat standard operating procedures, it's to approve the parameters resolution that you have in front of you, which essentially gives us the authority, Mr. Gentry, Mr. Quigliano, and myself, to move forward over a period of time with limitations so that we can move forward, so that we can strike, so to speak, when the iron is hot, and we can move forward on maybe one of these opportunities that are going to be presented tonight. So without further ado, I'm going to share my screen here, and we're going to pull up that presentation. And I think I scared everybody, guys.
Yeah,
Sorry.
clear in the room.
It's a good time to take a break.
So let me,
We're listening.
so with that, I'm going to hand this off. And I'm going to just try to expand my screen here a little bit. No, that's not going to work. There we go. Okay.
Ready?
It's all yours.
All right. Well, good evening, everybody. Again, Eric Anderson, Andrew Kim with Piper Sandler and PMA. We've been working on this, and you've seen me at many of your meetings. The program that we're reviewing tonight, we really started in 2013. And at that time, we recognized that the district's bond and interest levy that it had approved largely in the very high growth era of the early 2000s was beginning to present a problem relative to the levy amount. We called it the wall. We said, let's go ahead and tear down that wall, spread that out, and make it a more agreeable debt service solution for the entirety of the district's debt. And we began that in 2013. We took about 5 years of the wall. We then again did that a couple of years later, and last year, you may recall, we did a significant savings and restructuring refunding that saved the district quite a bit of money in terms of debt service. And we have 2 years remaining on that wall right now, and that's what we have in front of us. So, quick interest rate update. Interest rates have continued to decline recently after having established all-time lows last fall. Not much more to say about that other than we are continuing to monitor that on a daily basis, as we are legislation. We're hoping that the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017 is repealed. If that does, we get some favorable treatment relative to the refunding opportunity. If not, then we have 4 different paths that we are pursuing relative to the refunding of those final 2 years of the wall, as we call it again, levy years 21 and 22 specifically. On page 3 there, you see that wall, and we're taking those 2 different bars that are shown up in that top right-hand corner, and we're going to spread those out into the area that is immediately adjacent to that levy years 2023 through 2027 specifically. We'll do that either with 2 separate tax-exempt current refundings Two separate forward settlement private placements. You may recall last year we did a forward settled private placement that was successful. We may do it as a taxable advance for funding, as a single one and be done, or a single tax exempt advance for funding. And again, we're going to need legislative relief in order for that to happen. Fairly minimal difference between each one of the options. On the next page, you'll see what the goal is, and that goal is to flatten out that wall and create that debt service structure that's available right there. On page 5, we show what the initial conclusions are. The initial conclusions, with rates being as low as they are, is that the solutions are fairly comparable one to another. You can see where they don't compare is in those levy years 2024 and 2025 specifically, where each one of those options that we talked about just a minute ago delivers a slightly different result. And the most favorable option would be all tax exempt done this year. However, that may not be available. We're waiting again on legislative relief. If we don't get that, then we would execute on one of these, and that is what is before you this evening, as Mark mentioned, adoption of the resolution, which allows us to proceed once market conditions become favorable, once legislative laws get either changed or are announced that they aren't going to change, things of that nature. So we are still in the preparatory mode. We are getting ready for our our Standard & Poor's rating, our bond rating that will occur next week. And then in about 2 weeks, we would essentially be ready to go into the marketplace if, again, market conditions present themselves. So Andrew's going to take it from here and talk about why we might wait on executing the program.
Sure. So when we are looking at these different options, what we want to consider is, well, what are the risks and the benefits, or the risks and costs of each option? As Eric mentioned, it would be ideal to do a tax-exempt for funding right now, but that's not available. What is available right now is to do an advance for funding on a taxable basis, but as I'm sure you're well aware, the taxable rates would be higher for the district than tax-exempt funding. So we're going to compare the taxable advance for funding now with, a tax-exempt for funding in the future, which is when the district would be able to pursue a tax-exempt advance for funding. And in the future, meaning both in 2022 and in 2023, which is where the 2 years of the wall are constituted. So when we are doing...
Can I add a point there?
Sure.
So just so the board is aware, we do not have to act immediately on anything. Even though we have levy year 21 coming up upon us, we don't have to do anything really until the fall of 22.
22, right, exactly. And if you're going to do it on a tax-exempt basis, unless you choose a forward settlement option, then you can't do anything on a tax-exempt basis until the fall of 2022. And so when we are comparing these options, what we do is a break-even analysis. And a break-even analysis says, how much do tax-exempt interest rates have to go up between now and 2022 or 2023 for the district to be indifferent. There you go. Thank you. To be indifferent between the two options. And so that analysis indicates that the break-even is 120 basis points, or 1.20% for the 2022 wall, and 175 basis points, or 1.75% for the wall in 2023. So the idea is, does the district or the board believe that interest rates will go up by that much between now and then? If they go up by that much or more, the district will have been worse off for waiting. If they go up by that much or less, or even go down, then the district would have been better off to have waited. And then we have a couple other analyses here as well. The tax-exempt forward placement versus the single taxable issuance. That's really comparing two different strategies that can be implemented today. And based on the feedback that we received, the forward placement would be more beneficial, more cost-effective for the district by about 26 basis points for the year 2 wall and 87 basis points for the year 3 wall. And then a similar analysis was done for the 2014 current refunding. But I'm not sure if we want to get into that detail now. Moving on to the next slide, we did want to just kind of cover some events that could take place if the district does decide to move forward. Obviously, tonight is the adoption of the parameters resolution. As Mr. Altmaier indicated, what that does is it allows certain delegates of the district to move forward with the financing as long as the financing meet the parameters, right? That interest rates can't be higher than X percent, savings has to be at least this much, and the annual debt service can't be beyond a certain number, that kind of thing. Once that's adopted by the board, then we would start with the official statement, move forward with the rating that Eric mentioned, and allow the district to take advantage of the very low interest rate that we currently find ourselves in.
Right. Our biggest advantage right now is that where we're backfilling debt is not out very far.
Correct.
Short years, so it helps lessen the volatility of what we've got to deal with later. Yeah. So,
yeah.
So, on the last go round we were kind of paying attention to 10-year Treasury. Now that this is a little bit more on a shorter time frame, we kind of more type toward the 5-year Treasury.
Probably more towards the 5-year, right?
I just need to figure out what to pay attention more to.
Yeah, right.
Okay, keep going. I'm sorry. I interrupted.
Yeah, and so really questions from the board at this point. Mark, anything that you'd like to?
Well, I would like if you can touch base upon, right, in looking at all the break-evens, historically, we've looked at any break-even less than 70 basis points as an opportunity, to take bird in hand, so to speak. But knowing that this is short-term, right? And, it's a year. We have to do something in a year. So I do want to talk about dislocation for a second. But, you look at the break-evens and we would obviously say it's a math problem. The 2 tax exempts are off the wall, or off the table
right now.
However, there is an opportunity for year 2 of the wall with the tax exempt forward at only 26 break-even basis points. However, there's an issue that we have talked about, but I think if you can highlight that with Chase, that there's no guarantee that we'll be able to place that forward. Is that correct?
Right. So last year, you may recall that we sent this out nationally, and we received 2 bids, not because of the district's credit by any means, because you're AA, but rather because it was a 12-month forward. So in other words, the purchaser provided a price to the district, and that price had to be good for 12 months. So that eliminates several of the banks that would be interested in this. JP Morgan Chase did step up. They provided a bid, and it was an excellent bid, and it was accepted by the district. We've engaged them again this year, and at this point, we don't have an answer as to whether or not they would have the same desire to move forward with another forward for the district. There's other participants in the market. We're checking with our desk almost on a weekly basis at this point to find out what that looks like. A lot of them are being done in California. I shouldn't say a lot, but more certainly than in Illinois. But those traditionally are 6-month forwards. The 12-month forwards are more for sizes that are $100 million and up. And this particular offering, if we did both years, would be not greater than $25 million. So that's not really going to be in the same ballpark as some of the other forwards that are out there. Relative to dislocation, last year in March, we did see a very significant dislocation. It was all COVID related. Money flowed out of bonds, and as such, rates at that point almost quintupled. That was for a very short period of time. Here we are, shortly thereafter, and we established all-time lows in September of last year. So from March to September, pretty significant dislocation, and then another dislocation on the way down. So we're trying to guard against that. We try not to manage to, you know, events like COVID or financial emergencies, things of that nature, but we have to be aware that they're out there, and it does influence decision-making from time to time.
Can you define dislocation for the board?
Dislocation means when rates essentially decouple, and so Treasury rates last year at this time were not going up. However, municipal rates were going up rather dramatically. And it was really related to the liquidity that was available for municipal bond participants drying up, and so those prices reflected that. Prices were down, meaning yields were up. And so it just took the Fed coming in with its monetary rescue to
Guarantee that the states were going to get some money that they could repay the debt.
essentially, yeah. And the markets then again reverse themselves. So just one fine point too on we can wait a year. That is true, but remember that the board would have to take action to abate the 21 levy not later than February of next year. So we do have some action that would need to be taken, whether it's just a single wall, a single year of the wall, or both years would need to be done by the end of February of next year. But then if we did a forward, we would indeed settle that 1 year from about October, actually, is when that would occur.
So there's numerous options on the table here, right? We could wait and see if taxable advance refunding comes through.
Tax exempt.
Tax exempt, excuse me, thank you. We can wait to see if that comes through. We can move forward possibly on year 2, year 3 of a forward. Probably not do anything on a tax exempt basis with the break-evens that we're seeing here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, probably not do anything on a taxable basis, given the
Correct.
break-even. Yeah.
That's why I have them here. Well,
To correct you, yes, I understand. All right.
So again, no decision needs to absolutely be made tonight unless we do want to provide
Well, yeah,
guidance.
we want to provide the ability to make decisions. The market moves quickly. We have meetings once, twice a month. It doesn't allow us to react quickly to market conditions that possibly change, that might be advantageous. So the purpose of having something like this is to allow us some ability to act more quickly than just waiting for the next board meeting to come. So that's really.
Correct, that's for the parameters resolution. I do want to note, though, that we do have a Standard & Poor's rating call scheduled.
Right.
Now, you want to talk about the timeline of
Yeah.
a rating is good for 90 days,
I understand.
but depending upon what we choose to do, we may be paying $16,000, $17,000 for a rating,
Right.
hoping that, you know,
We
advance
use it-
funding
we
comes
use it the
through,
next 90
or
days.
rates go down,
Yeah.
or Chase comes through,
Right,
right?
exactly, yeah.
So we need to make, I would like guidance from the board on that. We can still hold off on that rating. There's no issue with pushing it back, but if we do it, we have 90 days to use it.
Right, so my question is how much lead time do we have to say we'll push off the rating call without insulting somebody or creating a problem?
Well, go ahead. Well, we've got the rating call scheduled. We can defer it. Yeah, we can put it off to another day. So we've already informed S&P that might happen. But otherwise, we're set up to go next week.
There would be no
takes about
cost,
10
no
days.
reputational damage, and nothing like that if the district
Right.
has to defer the call.
Yeah, where I am, I think, if I could interject,
You can.
with advance refunding not really moving too fast, if we knew that advance refunding was moving,
Right.
I would absolutely pull the trigger, right, on the rating. But not knowing that, because that's our best option,
Right.
is waiting for advance refunding,
Right.
or possibly doing some forwards if Chase is willing to move, at least on the second year of the wall, because the break even is so small. so we do have time if we need to kick back that rating.
And then there's, the likelihood that legislation does pass allowing for the advance funding. Is that very likely? I have not heard a whole lot about it recently. I felt like the idea was gaining momentum at one point earlier this year, and then it kind of passed away. Definitely is maybe not the right phrase, but it kind of moved on. Yeah, moved on. And I think, if it does get done, it would most likely have to be with the current congressional demographic where Democrats control the House and the Senate. In a bipartisan package. I think if a new Congress comes in and there's more disparity between the two parties, then it might not look as good for that prospect.
Okay. So they don't really not back in the session until after Labor Day, or they get a session coming up?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think they do a lot of stuff. Fiscal year budget for the government, federal government, is 9:30.
Right.
And they typically do a fair amount of stuff right after Labor Day is when they're starting to work on stuff and make decisions on things. So, that might give us an indication. Yeah, I mean, as far as the rating scale, I'm not sure of. I'm sure of the resolution. I'm not sure about the rating scale. Having it, but with this, I mean, with the resolution, it gives us the autonomy, right?
Correct.
When it makes the
Yeah.
rating scale. So, yeah, we'll figure that out. So let's get past the resolution, and then we'll figure it out between us.
But before you do that, can you go back to the slide with the wall on it? Because this is something that we know about because we followed this for several years and had a plan to mitigate this wall.
This wall or?
The prior one. So the numbers aren't very clear, and I know we have a public, this is kind of rare for us. Can you just quantify that number, what that wall looks like that we're trying to refinance here, essentially?
Each of these are about $10 and $11 million respectively.
Okay.
Which is double what we currently repay.
Maybe a little more. Correct.
So it would be fairly catastrophic tax rate increases for the, we had two portions of our tax rate. Bond portion is in that mid to high 70 cents a hundred rate, and it would basically double. So
Yeah,
it would be
your tax bill
fairly
would go up by
catastrophic
hundreds of dollars.
for taxpayers if we did nothing. So that's why we've been doing something for years on this stuff. We're just at the tail end of it.
Mr. Troy,
And with that graphic, you can also see the fill-in that's right after it, those 4 years there that have space. The darkened area is what's scheduled right now to be repaid. We would be lopping off those two tops off those 2 years and filling them into those other years, is what we would be doing. And that's the benefit of having done it the way we've done it is we lessen the risk because we're not having to go out long-term on these rates. So we're financing that with short-term rates. So that's kind of the big benefit of the strategy that's gone on the last several years.
You had something else I just wanted people to understand what we're trying to accomplish by just beyond just looking at a graph.
Mark, if you'd like, you go to page 21, and that shows one of the plans in detail, and it actually shows there we go. So year 2 and 3 of the wall, you see the column called refunded debt service. We're in levy year 2020 right now. Levy years 21 and 22 would see the refunding. So we're removing those values from the current levy debt, which is a little over $23 million in both of those particular years, and then folding that into the years where we had room. And so that's levy years 23 through 27, respectively. So that essentially is the bigger math on that.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay. Anything else to add, Andrew?
No.
Eric? Okay. Well, with that, administration would like to make the recommendation that the board adopt the parameters resolution as attached within your board packet.
Further questions concerning that? If not, I'll make a motion to approve the bond issuance parameters resolution as presented in the agenda. For a second?
I'll second.
Second from Mr. Troy. Can we have roll call, please?
Mrs. Maiorino. Yes. Mr. Grady.
Yes.
Mr. Troy.
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi.
Yes.
Mr. Garin.
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano.
Yes.
Mr. Gentry.
Motion passes. Item 20.3.5.
Thank you all for being here.
Thank you very much for staying.
Mr. Altmeyer, you have the fiscal year 22 budget tentative draft.
Okay. This is my item, right? Okay, I am pleased to present the tentative draft, the draft number 2 of the FY '22 budget. This draft versus draft number 1 reflects changes in state revenue assumptions, which are good changes, federal funding, which are also good changes, and a few material adjustments to expenditures. This draft does not, though, include any adjustments related to collective bargaining. So, it's a long process to get through the budget. We still have the month of August and September, so the board will see 2 more drafts of the budget. So I did want to make the board aware that this draft will change, and it will materially change. So I did want to make the board aware of that. Walking the board through the material modifications from the draft 1 of the FY2 budget, we talked about revenues, federal revenues. I'll start with the ESSER 2 revenues, right? The revenues we received as a result of COVID from the federal government. One of the tranches, yes, I'm using that word and they're not even here. One of the tranches was, we received ESSER 1, and that was part of the last year's budget, FY '21. ESSER 2 is for $720,527. We are injecting that into the FY '22 budget, and we're applying for that grant, for those monies, and we're going to share that with the board in August. But essentially, we're going to use that to cover additional costs that we're incurring for COVID supplies and custodial things that we know that we're going to continue to have to do moving forward. And we're also going to address some curriculum needs with learning loss as well. Additional revenues coming in from the state of Illinois, right, with the state of Illinois budget, EBF was reinstated. So the $675,000 that I previously carved out of draft 1 of the budget, well, we're putting it back in based on the state's budget, and so we are expecting those dollars to come in, so that's also a good thing. From an expense standpoint, salaries and benefits are increasing approximately $267,000, and that's kind of a net adjustment from additional headcount that we've needed throughout the year to address learning loss, as well as employees leaving, whether it's via retirement or attrition. So the net amount there that we're estimating is a reduction, an addition of $267,000. In an effort to balance the overall budget, if you remember, draft 1 of the budget included the all needs in of the district for capital projects. Primarily roof replacements at the high school, some asphalt areas that we know we needed to take care of, but we're reducing that capital project number by $1.5 million, which will leave the capital project number in Mr. Rankosic's operations and maintenance fund at $2 million. So we took it down from 3.5 to $2 million. Still gives us the ability to do the things we need to do, but we're now focusing on priority and spend, and we're focusing on those parts of the roof at the high school that absolutely need to get replaced next year, and asphalt areas over at Marlowe that also need to get repaired. And then lastly, there's an addition, and I think I jumped the gun on this one maybe. I added back Senate Bill 508, knowing that that's going to carve in, and I'm
better hope he's signing that bill.
$139,000, but that's a very conservative number, right? We expect that bill, once it is signed or it's not signed and it moves forward, to bring the district approximately $300,000 a year in additional revenue. So that bill is a good bill for our district as well as every district in the state of Illinois. So those are the adjustments, leaving us with a net current operating surplus of $541,730.
Operating revenues at $114.4 million, with operating expenditures at $113.9 million. You know, I mentioned earlier that there's one thing for sure, and that this draft is definitely going to change. The continued unknowns and risks with the FY '22 budget that you have in your memo, right, collective bargaining. All right, we'll have to adjust for whatever is to be determined there. We still have special education costs associated with private tuition and room and board. We usually wait till the end of August when we have a better idea of what placements we have in those areas, because those costs can be substantial to the district. So we still have those costs coming down the pipeline. We have finalizing state funding. We're still waiting, right, on certain things from state funding based on prorations. We have to finalize the transportation claim. So once we close out the current year, we'll file for the transportation claim at the end of this month, and then we'll be able to add that number in August. And then, of course, we have other federal funding, primarily title grants, that we'll tweak within the budget as well. The budget timeline, as I said, right, here we are in the middle of July. We will share with the board another draft in August. On August 15th, we'll be putting out a display draft because in another budget action item, we're going to have the budget hearing at the September board meeting, as we always do. So you will still see 2 more drafts of the budget. I've included the 5-year plan for your review in here, but with as many adjustments as we know that are still coming down the pipeline, from state revenues to federal funding to the collective bargaining adjustments. I don't want to focus on the 5-year plan tonight, because I think we can modify assumptions of the 5-year plan once we have more solid numbers in the budget. And so in August, we will do just that, and we'll look at the 5-year plan and talk about risks as well as opportunities down the road. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions on the tentative budget. By the way, the board has to approve the tentative budget because it really gives everybody marching orders as of July 1st, right? So with it, we can move forward. But it's also called the tentative budget because, well, we all know it's very tentative. But it does give our buildings and our building principals and our department heads the opportunity to know, okay, I have a good idea of what my budget is moving forward. So we ask the board to approve the tentative draft tonight. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Open it up. Anybody, Mr. Altmeyer, anything related to it? I know we go through it every other month. So this is kind of just the most recent iteration of it. Mr. Keswick wasn't overly happy. His element of it, but that is what it is.
From the evidence-based funding standpoint, the part that you included was because the state put on paper, I guess, or indicated what they were going to do for schools in general. So this was our component of that funding model.
Correct. As part of the evidence-based funding model that was passed several years ago, right, the state had committed to setting aside for secondary and elementary education an additional $350 million a year, each and every year. And of that $350 million, based on where we stand within the model and knowing that we're a Tier 2 district, and based on our demographics and where we stand, the additional revenue to the district year over year is approximately $675,000. So that was previously taken off the table by the governor, and then added back based on, I think, where they recognized where the state stood, and maybe based on additional federal funding that came in. I think they feel like they're in a much better place to give that $350 million back and put it back in the state budget, which is why we added it back to our budget.
Right. No, I just didn't want that to make it appear that we were getting a lot out of nowhere. It was a matter of the state providing that information to school districts to say, now that we're going to be recognizing how much we're going to distribute out to schools, That's why this material change appears in this budget.
Absolutely correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the state aid, it gets finalized in August, is when it gets finalized.
Sometimes.
Well,
Last year it did.
I mean, they had a budget sooner than they
Yeah.
normally have, that type of stuff, so I'm just thinking.
They did. We normally get to see, you know, we use IWAS, we use
Right,
FRIS, we
right.
use various websites for which they report out and they lock and load certain numbers. Usually, we can expect to see final numbers probably closer to September 15th. In a perfect world, it'd be August 15th, but the last several years, it's been closer.
I know it's been later, but I'm just a little more optimistic this year that they got their budget done sooner, that, you know.
They got the budget done
They got
sooner
money
than they
from
ever
the
have.
feds, they got a little better idea what they're doing, I'm just, maybe I'm just optimistic. You know, a lot of this stuff, for the public, all the money you get from the state is all available on the ISB website. People are able to look at historical amounts we get for these various grants and formulas and stuff, so, and all that stuff's out there on the ISB website, it's all very transparent, so. Okay. Any further questions? Not, I mean, once again,
I'm good for now.
okay. It's like it is, to ask, right, okay. So you're asking us to approve the tentative budget. All right, so I'll make the motion to approve the fiscal year 22 budget tentative draft as presented in the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Troy. Any further discussion on this? Before I cut everybody off? Okay. Roll call, please.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry? Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Motion passes. Item 20, 3.6, fiscal year 22 budget hearing. Mr. Altmeyer, just the timing of it.
Yeah, nothing really to add here. This is definitely standard operating procedure, just requesting the board to approve that the FY 22 tentative budget hearing take place on September 16th. Here, obviously, at district office. And then the memo also notes our requirement to display a draft at the front desk 30 days before that. So starting August 15th, we will have a copy of the budget as of that date and time at the front desk for people to review.
Okay. Questions from anyone?
So is that the only way you can review it? It won't be online? It's just that one hard copy?
We've never done that. That's certainly an option.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sure, we have never done that.
no, we've never done that.
Come on.
No.
We think that'd be pretty easy to do, just.
Well, it'd be very easy to do.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
we
we
should,
suggest
we
you
should.
do that.
2021.
I'd like
It's
to do that.
2021. I know. I am the only one in the state who asked for a waiver for the statement of annual affairs. So that's exactly down this line.
Yeah,
So I agree with that. That's a
I'd
great
like to
idea.
do that.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely should do that. Okay. Then I'll make a motion to approve the fiscal year 22 budget hearing. Recommended date is stated in the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Melendi, roll call, please.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry? Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes. Okay, item 20.3.7, IDOT hazardous bus resolution. It's another standard.
Correct. And again, this is also standard operating procedure. We bring it to the board on an annual basis as we're required to. To continue receiving reimbursement for transportation, we must apply and reauthorize this resolution on an annual basis, and there's been no changes. And so we have the resolution attached for your review, as well as the serious safety hazard findings form also for your review. But this is something that we have the board reauthorize and approve on an annual basis.
Well, in that nature, to provide some additional context, this hazardous designation allows us the opportunity to provide transportation for all of our students. there's a mile and a half from the high school, a mile and a half from Square Barn would be an unsafe walking distance for us.
Correct. Yeah, and it also, because of that, it also gives us the ability to seek reimbursement from the state of Illinois for essentially the pool, the 100% of money we spend on transportation, because we can claim every single student, because every single student is eligible to be transported.
Yep. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the IDOT hazardous busing resolution as presented in the agenda. Second.
Second.
Second from Mr. Garrett. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry? Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Garin,
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes. Okay, item 20.3.8, the Illinois School District Liquid Asset Fund Authorization Resolution. Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. This is my last item, guys, just in case you wanted to know. This is a resolution from Illinois School District Liquid Asset Fund, okay? And it's an authorization, it's a resolution, it's a name change. You know, we invest some of our monies with this fund, and they have our old name on file, Consolidated School District 158, and they'd really like to see Huntley. So this is simply an authorization form, and we need board approval and sign off so that we can get this to them with the proper name.
Okay. Any questions related to that? Not. I'll make a motion to approve the Illinois School District Liquid Asset Fund Authorization Resolution as presented.
Second.
Second, Mr. Garin. Roll call, please.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry? Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Garin,
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
On to Building and Grounds. 20.4, Building and Grounds Committee. Item 20.4.1, Mr. Rick Ezek.
As you know, we recently replaced the chiller at this building here, and we want to add it to the scope of services for the manufacturer's representative to provide some preventive maintenance services, 3 visits a year, and oil sample analysis. And this is an amendment to the existing contract with Thermal Systems for that service. You have to answer any questions.
Troy, do you have any questions?
No, this is just standard procedure so that we keep our facilities, or our units in maintenance shape so that they don't deteriorate prematurely. So, I'm all for keeping this maintenance schedule up to date.
Great, any other questions for anyone? Okay, make a motion to approve amendment number 1 to the thermosystem prevention maintenance system agreement as stated in the agenda. For a second?
I'll second.
Troy, on a second. Can we have a roll call?
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Garin,
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Motion passes. 20.4.2, refuse and recycling services bid.
This contract is expiring the end of this month. Our present hauler is NDC Environmental. We've been with them for a number of years. They always seem to be low bid. They are again. Have no reason not to recommend them for this service. The market is so volatile right now, they could not offer anything but a 1-year price offer. And it is a recognized increase from prior year because of the added expenses they're having. So it is what it is.
What part of this is the market? Why is it volatile?
Fuel cost is a big driver.
Right. Do you have any kind of fuel surcharge on this, or is it salary?
Recycling handling cost is up too, so that's part of it. I have language in there suggesting that they won't try to tag that later during the service contract, those kinds of fees.
Okay, well, this is,
last year.
Any other questions?
No.
On that? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the refuse and recycling services bid as presented in the agenda. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Mr. Troy. Can we have roll call?
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry? Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Item 20.4.3, snow removal services bid. Good.
Trying to stay ahead of next winter, and our contract has expired with Tovar. We've had a lot of interest in this service contract, as you can see. Plenty of bidders, a lot more people showed up at the pre-bid than bid, but I think a lot of it has to do with size and scale of service that's required at this district. We have a lot of pavement, 3.3 million square feet. It's maintained by the service, and we did a lot of investigation in SB Enterprises. We have no reason to not recommend them. Their personnel have quite a track record in this industry, as individuals, and they are going to procure new equipment for our service. Mostly, they do have equipment in-house that will be some of the support, but the larger equipment, they want to get feet on the ground running. They said they've got contracts ready to sign up for the equipment with providers, because they kind of strayed away from this business for a few years. But I've got, like I said, I've got plenty of references. I have no reason not to recommend them for a one-year contract. I'm looking forward to them performing very well. I interrogated them significantly. It was a 4-hour interview after the bidding, and we toured the properties. They're comfortable, we're comfortable, and if things go well, the board will have, by the terms of their specification and contract, the ability to consider extending renewal if they so choose. And as you can see by our bid evaluation calculation, they are determined to be the low bid. You happy to answer any questions?
Did Tovar bid on the same job?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had to look at
they have been claiming for a while that the only reason they had a contract was because one of the principals of the company had lived in our community in the past, and he just favored trying to see that we got a good service. He has since moved away, and I mean they're handling national accounts now for Big Weiss, and believe it or not, compared to other things, I guess we're not that big.
So where were we at on this contract the last few years as far as comparative to?
Well, that's a tough call because it's so volatile and annually and what precipitation you get for the year. We budget about $280, and that's, covers us for some of the heavier years. And that's 2013 funding, but I think if you put the old Tovar numbers for the formula,
the old Tovar bid.
I think it was 170 something like that. What's the big driver here is the ice melt cost.
Yeah.
And you may remember the things that were going on in the last contract.
Right.
Ice melt cost. And that's the big driver.
Okay, I mean, how was, and apologies, I couldn't attend, I don't know if you attended this pre-bid.
I wasn't able to.
Yeah, I wasn't able to. So how did that go? I mean, it just.
Very well. I mean, we got down to talking about things that, most people don't understand about the science behind ice melt applications, and things. And they are actually heavily into, the more hybrid, forward thinking on how to ice melt treatments and minimize chlorides in the environment and things.
Yeah.
They really know the business. The two gentlemen there, they're going to be on our account. What they say that the principals, one of them will be the non-production supervisor that we've always had, and one of them will actually be on one of the loaders. We're going to have their concerted interest on our project.
So I'm personally not familiar with SV Enterprises as far as, do they do stuff?
Jason, the owner of the company, had a former company years ago called Snowbiz. They managed District 300 for about 3 years. I talked to Diane White, purchasing agent over there. She's the only one left there that works there back in the day when they were there, and they did a fine job. And the other gentleman there, I want to think it's Scott, I don't know why I'm having a senior moment here, but, he used to work for a national company on snow removal. Okay. Called Abatement, and, they handled large accounts like, Amazon, 24-hour.
They do?
Storage warehouse jobs, and they've got a lot of experience, these guys.
Okay.
They strayed away for a little while. They've been doing smaller accounts in recent years. I checked those references as well, and they're very good. The testimonials were that, I have a question on my interview questionnaire. How do they handle problem resolution? Everybody said, we haven't had problems.
Okay, good. All right, so my question on that was, do they do anything other than snow removal? Do they do?
Oh, yes. SB stands for Santa's Village.
It does, okay. All right.
So is there a reason that we only did that we want to do the 1-year contract instead of 3, if it's the same?
I think that since they're still they're kind of new to us, as a company presently, they're kind of new. Our contract structure will allow us annually to revisit this.
Okay.
And afford us an opportunity to consider an offer for an extension for up to 7 more years.
Okay.
But I think just because, how this is, we should just try to.
Sure.
I know it's a very sensitive area for the school district, and we want to give us the opportunity that, if we're not comfortable with it, no.
Am I correct, Mr. Rincon, you mentioned that they have subcontracted for Towar in the past, so they've worked on our.
Oh, exactly. One of their best references was Towar.
What?
Amen. They were a subcontractor of Towar in the past. Wow. The owner, Jason Serpin, if I can say that correctly. Probably when he had snow days, he was subbing to them. All right. These guys will not have subcontractors. It's their own crew. Their business model was such that they said, hey, you know what? Let's keep all these guys that work at Santa's Village busy in the winter.
Okay.
They know how to do this work. And they've been doing it in smaller scale for a little while. Now they want to go back up into the big business. Bigger business, I guess.
All right. Any further questions?
No.
No, I mean, it's good. I mean, again, this has always been, every couple of years when we're doing this, there's always a little bit of controversy locally here. So hopefully, that's all been vetted out and we're fine here. So I don't see any issues with it. But it's the 1 year is what you're recommending.
Yeah, and I've spoken with Mr. Rinkosik extensively about this, from the building and grounds standpoint, just to make sure that a lot of the questions that you had, that we asked and answered those questions as well. So I'm confident in the process and the result of the process as well.
So, Doug, are you confident that they're going to get that larger machinery here by the time our first snow falls? And do they have a copy of the sensible salting manual?
Just like I do. No. You got one too?
I do.
Awesome. That's fantastic. Which year did you go? This is cool. They have not been to the sensible salting. They've been to other trainings. They're members of SEMA.
Okay.
Which is the Professional Association for Snow Removal Services. And I'll tell you,
I just would like them to be just educated on sensible salting and the damage that it does.
They actually want to try liquid post-treatment. With our in-house liquid, we're not brave enough yet.
Yeah.
But I know the county is doing it.
Mm-hmm.
They won't say which roads, but they do it. They've been doing it for several years. And it's the future of minimizing chlorides in the environment all the way around.
It is.
And so I told them that we'll test the water in some maybe less sensitive areas for a little while within the beginning of the season before we go full blast. But they've got reservations on lots of granular ice melt and they've interviewed like suppliers, 6 or 7 different suppliers, and they've narrowed it down. They're telling people that can't guarantee delivery of equipment by beginning of October, that they're not going to do it.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Questions? Comments? Anything further? All right, then I'll make a motion to approve the snow removal service bid, as stated in the agenda for So second,
I'll second.
so Mr. Troy, we have roll call?
Mr. Guerin,
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino,
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano,
Yes.
Mr. Craddy,
Yes.
Mr. Troy,
Yes.
Mr. Gentry, Mrs. Melendi.
Yes.
Okay. Item 20-5, Curriculum Committee, 20-5.1, amended school calendar. Who's going to handle this? Jessica, you're going to handle this?
Yes, as you know, we typically approve the calendar for the upcoming school year, the year prior. So in October of 2020, we approved the 21-22 school calendar. Administration is asking for a slight revision to that calendar, not a change in any additional days or movement of days, but looking at the implementation of 4 early release days. Actually, that early release would still give us a 5-hour student contact day, so we don't have to add any additional days to our calendar. But we'll be having our secondary students dismissing at 12:30 and our elementary students dismissing at 1:30 4 times during the school year. And the purpose for those early release days, as you know, we've had discussions about professional development, our strategic plans at the building level, looking at data reflection, and being able to utilize that time with our teachers in pods or grade levels, and then at staffing levels to determine what are the best interventions for whether it's at tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, as well as our PLCs, the professional learning communities. And at various levels, it's a little bit easier to accomplish. At elementary, it's a lot more difficult to provide that common time. Many districts around us do have these days, and we would like to go ahead and recommend that those 4 days in the calendar there's one in September, one January, one in March, and then the last day of the school year, to allow for those continued professional development or PLC opportunities of staff collaboration, which we know will directly impact the student achievement. Be looking at not only academic things, but also SEL type interventions and discussions around our student data. And so, again, those conversations we've had for a few years and looking at those, and we would like to, administration would like to recommend to the board that we make that slight change. During the school year this year, we would look at the effectiveness of those days in determining future days into the school year. Some districts are doing that on a weekly basis or a monthly basis. We're not asking that at that time. It's just 4 times during the year, in addition to the 4 full-day institutes that we do have. And we've strategically placed those out around the time that we would have data about our students and to be able to have targeted, meaningful conversations with our professional learning community. So those have been implemented and embedded into the calendar. Another piece that you'll see is a small change. That's not anything you have to act on, but we did place in there for families of 8th graders and high school students, the promotion dates and the graduation have been updated as well in that calendar. So this time we're looking for recommendation to amend slightly our school calendar for the 21-22 school year. Any questions?
I do.
Sure.
I'm curious as to why one of the dates are May 27, which looks like it's the last day of school. Is that to kind of, so the last day of school, assuming we have no snow days, is going to be a half day?
Well, it'd be a 5-hour student, it would be
Well,
an early release.
Yeah, early release.
So, there are various things to close out that school year that, may happen on that day. Some of that is planning and getting information to, pass along to staff who might be working ESY or summer school, could be gathering information to, get for the next school year, some planning kind of components. So there are definitely topics that can be utilized as that professional learning community, not necessarily for professional development on that last day.
Gotcha. And then I would assume that we're going to work with the Park District and ETC on extra time care for those
If
students.
this is approved, a call tomorrow would be for
Okay.
them to talk about that, as well as getting that information out. We know that there's kinder care, other daycares that pick up, especially at our elementary levels, and get them. So we will make sure that all entities have that information so that we can try to partner with them to provide that service.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Guerin, this is your section, anything you have to add or say?
Do not.
Mr. Troy, anything?
No.
Fantastic, so, all right. If there's nothing further on that, I'll make a motion to approve the amended school calendar for 2021 through 2022 as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Mr. Guerin on the second. Can we have roll call?
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry? Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Okay, we are ready to resume our public comments where we left off. First of all, appreciate everyone sticking around. It's, it's a long, painful meeting. It really is. It really is. And so appreciate very much your patience and your willingness to stick around and add your public comments. So we're going to start with Nicole Andres. Nicole,
She had to go.
It's okay.
So I'm gonna read on her behalf.
Just make sure you, that a little.
Okay, so I'm gonna read it verbatim.
Yeah, no
It's
problem.
on.
It's
on. It says, "My name is Nicole Endress. I've been a resident of Huntley for 14 years. I have 2 children that have been students in the district, only one that is currently still in the district. Collectively, we've been in District 158 schools for 6 years. This last year was so disappointing. I feel as if fear has driven every decision. You probably think caution, but I still say fear. I understand that initially we didn't know what we were dealing with, but now that we do, I absolutely see no reason to continue this mask rule as we know the effects this virus has on children is little to none. I chose e-learning for my child last year. The reason I ultimately chose e-learning was because I didn't want a mask strapped to my child's face all day. It's not healthy. Because of mask wearing, I've developed something called air hunger. If you're not sure what that is, it's when the lungs are clear, but the brain tells the body there isn't enough oxygen, so I hunger for air. I don't know if that will ever go away. I don't want my child to be damaged from constant mask wearing. It should be optional. It should be the parent's or the child's decision of what is best for them. Lastly, segregation and division is wrong. That's exactly what you're encouraging. With the increase in violence we're seeing in the world today, this would only encourage violence within their school hallways, so please stop. And then a side note, I think it should also be made aware to parents here tonight and listening to the board meeting that parents of Marlowe population and the special ed program, specifically the students age 18 to 22 that have graduated and are entering the light program, will now, in the special ed program's words, be housed at Marlowe. That will be putting kids that are 11, 12, and 13, potentially 14, with students that are 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, up to the day before their 23rd birthday. That age discrepancy is inappropriate at best. There is no reason to take kids that are students and adults that are in the light program out of the school they're familiar with at the high school and then move them back to where they're within a population of kids that are so much younger and not their actual peers. It makes no sense. The transparency from the special ed department to the parents of these students has been little to none. They're being blindsided with this information, and every parent that has students at that school should be aware.
I'm going to go back to Andrew Martin. He called earlier. I don't know if he's here.
She's speaking.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Victoria Bittman, and I graduated from Huntley High School in the part of the class of 2019. Today, I will be speaking on the behalf of Andrew Martin because his letter was not going to be read due to your guys' error with the agenda. So he says, "Dear members of the Huntley School District 158 Board, I write to you today as a proponent for optional masking of children attending District 158 schools from K through 12th grade. As a father to a prospective kindergartner, I believe that my child's safety and well-being lies firmly in my hands, and wearing a mask is neither healthy nor comfortable for my child. Let's allow the parents and taxpayers of District 158 to make the decision on what is best for their child.
Much like our neighboring districts, District 15 and McHenry, as a father, a public servant, and a taxpayer of District 158, please allow my child to be as comfortable in school as humanly possible as she enters the most important and formative years of her life. Sincerely, Andrew C. Martin.
Victoria, but, I'm sorry, I didn't put two and two together.
All right.
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. And so on my behalf and the behalf of my little brothers, I think masks has been really hard for all of us. There was a time I couldn't see my brother's face when he had a mask because he couldn't get a haircut. And it's been causing a lot of difficulties. We had to pull him out of school because he wasn't learning and he was getting stress nosebleeds. And I don't want him to go through that again because it's hard as a sister to see. And I also question the legal right you have to do this because the state of Illinois allows religious and philosophical exceptions for vaccinations. And you make students who don't have the measles vaccination wear masks in school. Do you make students who don't have chickenpox or any of the other vaccinations? What makes COVID differently? We know how big of an impact these other ones have, but they also don't have a high death rate, so why are we treating it differently? And there's a long-standing history with the Supreme Court for parental rights, going back to 1920, of allowing parents to make the choice about their children's educational and medical rights.
Justin Stearley.
I'm gonna take a pass because so many people have said so many great things about it.
It's all right, it's okay. You sure?
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Can I take his turn because I didn't submit anything, so I didn't know that we could?
What's that?
Yeah, the only issue is, you can speak at the end. Okay, you need to fill out a sheet, but you can speak, it's just because you didn't give a sheet before, you can still put in a sheet. All right. So Justin, you're out. Justin's out, so give her a sheet. Chad Zeller.
Just like many people in this room, we moved to this district just because of the schools. I have 5 kids in this district currently. One of them started in the pre-K and is now a senior. So we've been here for a while. I've got one kid now that is in the pre-K program because of social problems. He needs to learn to interact with other people outside his family. And he's not getting the help he needs from this district wearing a mask. He's learning to hide behind a mask, and that's not what he's going to school to do. It's counterproductive, and actually seems to be pushing him further the other way. Through the beginning of this pandemic, this terrible pandemic, we were all told that we're in this together, and now we're telling kids that we're not in this together. Even though unvaccinated children aren't a threat to themselves, their classmates, or their teachers, they're treated in a way that they are. I fear that vaccinated children are going to start looking at children that aren't vaccinated as some kind of enemy, because the one thing you can't see from those unvaccinated children is their smiles. They're just wanting to have fun and interact with other kids just like they are. They shouldn't have to hide behind a mask just because of the beliefs of their parents. And that's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Justin. I know you stood most of the time, so I'm sure you feel bad. But thank you for sticking around. That was Chad. I'm sorry. Chad. Sorry. Okay, we're on to, Beth. Chrissy.
I'm speaking on behalf of
Before I begin, my name is Justin Cross. I, with my wife Carrie, we all know. We're parents of 3 kids in this district. Like you said earlier, the ISBE sent out a statement saying that it's for the district. It's up to you guys, based on the conditions going on right now, to make the decision. And right now, it looks pretty good out there as far as pre-pandemic levels. So it's up to you guys. One guy said, be bold, make the decision. Let's go. Let's move forward. All right. We all learned very quickly in this pandemic that there were people in our own backyards making more decisions for our kids than us parents. Quickly into the school year, there was this thing that kicked in called a mother's instinct. I sat in on lectures where my kid was force-fed politics in a social issues class, only to be told if I am seen on camera, she would fail. I sat in more. On the day of the election, the teacher announced that he would tell them who he voted for. The answer was so very obvious that I did a countdown in the room on the day of the announcement. I watched my first grader be read a book about how kids figured out they were different because of the color of their skin. As I listened that day, I was shocked to hear that the littles were saying, oh, they are different because they were smiling or one was wearing a bow in their hair, only to have the teacher prompt them to look closer and tell her about their skin color. My next concern is the vaccine push and mask mandates that are being pushed onto our children. Just this week in casual conversations with the teens at camp, kids were gloating that they were vaccinated. Some were paranoid to say out loud that they were. Some sounded ashamed that they gave in to the pressure. Some proud that they didn't. And some flat out valued their medical privacy. What was the common denominators in their reason to get vaccinated? 1, my school said, I won't have to wear a mask while I'm in school. 2, my school said I don't have to quarantine. 3, I'm playing a sport. My coach is a big fan of us having it. This way we don't have to miss a game. I'm going to do it because the coach says. 4, my parent made me. At our, not your dinner table, we have discussed much more about the vaccine. Fertility is on the top of my mind for our girls, playing on a field with a heart that isn't going to fail them. See here, when you are out there pushing my kids to alter their bodies so they can get a hall pass, there's a moment where I have to say, wait a minute, stop rushing our kids into vaccines. There's plenty of information on bears that shows there are adverse reactions. You are tugging at these kids' heartstrings and literally selling them a drug in exchange for not wearing a mask and avoiding quarantine. In the words of the teenage community, that sounds sus to me. Unmask our children. Walking around this community on any given day would show you that the families have already unmasked their kids. Mask optional is our vote. Remove the mask and quarantine as part of the incentive to return to school vaccinated. It is unethical to lure our children into vaccines with such negligence and no accountability for their future selves. Your influence on their decisions to vaccinate is not going unnoticed. It is time to recalibrate your moral compass. Beth, Chrissy.
Thank you, Justin, for reading that. Okay, we have Monica Lazarowicz.
Hello, my name is Monica Lazarowicz, and I have one student in the Marlow Middle School. Last year was so disappointing. I pulled her out from the district so she can be in the private school. She had successful year in the school with kids her age. I am paying so much in taxes for this district, so we decided she will go back this year for a Marlow. Regardless of the age of the children, they should not be wearing a mask. Scientific evidence shows masks do more harm than a good in the children's psychology and physically. It should be a choice, not a force. Our children need a normality. Our children is our future of this country. They deserve better. Last week, segregation and division is wrong. We have a right to choose. Segregation is a mental abuse. And I hope we can get an answer today about unconsort. Thank you.
Thank you. David Roberts.
I think I may forego any statements. I think everyone did a phenomenal job covering the things that I had on my mind or concerned me. I guess I'll just say one thing. I'll stand up actually.
3 minutes starts now, right?
Yeah, I'll be very fast. It's very simple to me. Like, our kids have been through the Huntley School District. We have 2 children that have graduated, 2 daughters, doing phenomenally well, one serving in the Air Force. The other one's actually in college now and about to become a senior. We have a junior, right? Junior. Yeah, junior. I have my wife here to keep me course corrected. So, you know, I don't know what's changed, right? This is actually the first time I've ever been to one of these kinds of meetings. My wife has actually volunteered on school boards since our children have been in this district. I don't know what's changed. All I'm asking for you guys to do is just have some courage, reflect upon everything that you've heard today or this evening, and take to heart what the community has to say. Because with the community, you're here for that reason, and that reason only. And if we go away, or they go away, that becomes a risk that this organization or this group from an operational perspective and budgetary perspective will have to deal with from in a crisis that you don't want to have to actually be involved with if you can avoid it. So thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dave. See, it was worthwhile getting up. Good job. Okay, Anita, is it? I think it's, or is it you? It might be you. Did she? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, we're on to Kevin Jacobson.
Start my timer. My name's Kevin Jacobson, and I have 3 kids in the district. We moved here for the district. I speak tonight as a father, as a member of this community, as a youth coach, as a neighbor, and as a friend, and as an informed voice for others who are afraid to speak up. Novel virus. Novel means new. Novel virus, it's not novel anymore, but the vaccine is novel. Florida was predicted to cause hundreds of thousands of deaths. Appalling that Sweden never shut down. None of the predictions of the overwhelming, massive surge came. Texas was called Neanderthal thinking when they opened. With this country opening up, Illinois now for over a month, the hospitals are not overwhelmed with COVID death. There is no big surge. We flattened the curve. With vaccines, with natural immunity, we've reached herd immunity. That's not talked about anymore. We want our freedom of choice. By now, anyone who wanted an emergency use shot has gotten one. If they want to wear a mask, no one's going to stop them. They made their decision for themselves and their families. The kids have lived with freedom of choice in the general public. Why are there different set of rules for the schools? The science doesn't support it. The science data actually disproves all of it. Masks don't stop the virus. Masks are a false sense of security and a false sense of protection. But now we know that about the CO2 buildup is harmful. We're all in this together. But Scott, you alone make the decision for all of us. So I want to talk to you. With great power comes great responsibility. You have a great deal of power. Your decisions impact this community, mostly our children, during their critical development years as they learn about the world and become adults. The CDC, the ISBE, and Susan Karras provides you with guidance. Guidelines are not direct orders, Scott. They're not mandates. They're guidelines to guide your decisions. You don't want me to make decisions about you and your family. You're the head of your household. Decisions are made about your family. Please make the right decision for the entire Huntley family. Other superintendents have. Be brave, as the other leaders have demonstrated by giving their community members the freedom of choice. My body, my choice. It's my body, but now you're choosing for us. Please, make masks optional. COVID shield tests, optional. Contact tracing, I do not consent. Vaccines, optional. Vaccine segregation. Please stop using social peer pressure. It's bullying, it's cruel, and it's emotionally damaging. It's the lesson of the Scarlet Letter. It teaches fear.
Kevin, can you wrap up?
Yes, I'm almost done. Let's live harmoniously in this community while exercising personal choices and protecting each of our own families while not infringing on others' rights. Do you alone want that responsibility? We're asking you to give that responsibility to us to choose about the health of our children. Please make the right decision. Make it tonight. Make it now. Lastly, I want me and my kids to be judged by our character, not by the color of our skin. I was taught to treat others how you want to be treated. Lastly, teacher's contract. How are the negotiations going? Are we going to start the school year? I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Joe Lexton. Go ahead, Joe. No, Joe. Michael Thompson.
Before I start, a point of order, if I could ask the board. Mrs. Wiley had yielded her 3 minutes. Is it possible to take up at least 30 seconds should I go over?
I mean, try and do it in 3 minutes.
I will do my best.
We'll work with you.
Okay. I know some of you on the board have been neighbors, have had our kids go through the same school systems. My wife and I have over 7 kids together, and we're down to our last one. And I can honestly say that throughout the years, and this is from time that they were in kindergarten to now our last senior in school, there's a noticeable difference. It's palpable, and it's disturbing. And I'm talking about a distinct anti-American rhetoric that they come home with. And it starts out as an innocuous conversation that we have at the dinner table. What did you learn in school today? And it doesn't matter what the subject is, but I'll pick on history as a case in point. They see America as the bad guy. I don't know where that comes from. Well, of course, it comes from our movies, it comes from the music, but you know what? It also comes from the school. And you know how I have proof of that? There's things that are blessings in disguise. And being forced to have school from home, a lot of us parents heard conversations from our teachers. And that was not overt, but their comments kind of slid in there that have tainted what this country stands for. And you know what? Our kids look up to our teachers, and the slightest little hint of, well, you know, America is a bad guy. They really shouldn't have been the aggressor. That's disturbing. And so, yeah, we're coming out of one pandemic, and I'm afraid we're entering another one. And it's not a variant of the virus. It's communism. And you can call it critical race theory, or sometimes it's called the 1619 Project, or maybe more generically as equitable outcomes. It stinks of communism. And you know why? Because that's where it originated. Critical race theory is a descendant of critical theory, which was a school of philosophy that began in Frankfurt, Germany in the early 1900s at the University of Frankfurt's Institute for Social Research. It was one of the first Western Marxist schools patterned after the Marx-Engels Institute in Moscow. Yeah, Russia. But here is what CRT teaches. And if you agree with any of this here, and the board, if you could show your raised hands, does anyone here believe that there is no absolute truth, there's only competing narratives? Do you believe that individuals are either an oppressor or a victim? Because that's how polarizing this thought is. And do you believe that America is systemically racist and must be dismantled along with its capitalist system? Because that's what it all teaches. Now, I believe that every problem, every question can always be traced back to the old adage of follow the money. Last June, the National Educators Association, one of the largest, if not the largest, teachers union in the United States with over 3 million members, held its annual meeting. And they posted to their agenda business item number 39. I'm going to go fast. And in that, they laid out their plan for this year. And so, Mr. Quagliano, I'm glad that you have retracted your statement that you welcome freedom of information requests. I do have such a request to put forward. I'm going to be asking for materials used or planned to be used in the last 4 years in teacher trainings, social emotional learning curriculum materials, diversity, equity, inclusion training materials, along with the last 4 years of requested school grant applications and/or awards. We know there's immense pressure for the district to follow orders of their unions, and that we demand that teachers and the administrators stand up for truth and stand against this poisoning of our children's minds. We know we have a fight on our hands, but we know that in all things, God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Amen. Thank you. I do have copies of what was posted on the NEA's website if anyone would like to see that.
Richard Rizzo.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I've been behind you guys the whole way, playing on the side of caution, remote learning, the whole nine. At this point, my wife told me, hey, everything's safe enough, they're gonna open up the schools again. I was like, great. She's like, but. I said, but what? Is it safe enough to open the schools, or is it not safe enough to open up the schools? She said, oh, there's gonna be a mask mandate. Now it's dropped down to only those who aren't vaccinated. So my question is, if it's safe enough to open up the schools, why is there a mask mandate? Why? Is it safe enough, or is it dangerous? If it's dangerous, why is there no remote learning? Now that that's not the magic pill, but what's going on? Is it safe or not? I believe it is safe. And you're also muting much of the benefit from being in school by having masks. Yeah, I can revert back to some of my studying psychology in college. It's what I majored in. Facial expressions, intonations, inflection in the voice, all these are muted. You can't read what's on their faces. You can't read what they're saying. You can't hear it the right way. This is the biggest benefit from in-person learning. It isn't just about being 12 feet away from a teacher. They can get that benefit looking at the computer screen just the same. They need to interact. Kids are already the lowest group that's susceptible to this. They already are. We know this. Every week that goes by, the potential pool of people that can be seriously affected by this virus goes down. Either they've been vaccinated or they've had the virus and recovered, which that hasn't even been talked about. The number of people that have actually had the virus and recovered, including children. They don't need the vaccine. They've recovered. Most of them aren't even going to be affected. My child, my youngest school-age daughter, had the virus. She felt ill for 2 days. She did recover. Sure, there's some small amount of children in the U.S. that have been affected deeper, no doubt. But what are we really trying to protect at this point? Because I don't think it's the kids. I don't think it's the teachers. I don't think you have a very controversial decision ahead of you. I think one, it's laying right there and it's real easy, just like all these other votes I've watched, should be pretty easy, and that is optional masks. Any mitigating factors that you want to pull in, you want to wear a mask, you want to get a vaccine, go get it. But you can't mandate people to wear these things. We've passed that point. It's not going to be helpful. And I'd implore you at this point also, make this decision, get it made, take a vote, and get the information out to all of our great people in this county and city, and let them get back to knowing their kids are going to be able to make a choice, put their minds at ease. We can all start moving forward on this thing, because this is the last thing that's catching us. Please, thank you.
like Brittany Hermanson. Brittany? So,
Yeah, she,
shuffle her to the back. We're almost done anyways. We have Dan Burek.
Do you actually have Annette back? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
My name, I had to.
Yeah, no, if I called your name before and you're here, you can come up. Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, I don't have the speech prepared because
That's okay.
I didn't know I'm gonna be speaking, so this is just from my heart, but I wrote something. And I just wanted to say that, I'm coming here as a parent. And this is the voice of our children, because the children do not have the voice. They cannot speak up. They cannot say what's bothering them in front of, I mean, they did, so, yeah, some of them, yes, they did, but I'm saying in general. We as parents are the voice of our children, so we wanted to say that, we came here to this country, there's a lot of, immigration population in this district. We're coming to this country because of the freedom, right? This is the country of the freedom, right? Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and freedom of choice, decision, right? We should be able to choose for us and for our children because they cannot decide at this point. So we should make those decisions. This is the freedom. We came to this country for the freedom. And we want to be able to have that freedom and decide. We don't want somebody else decide for us. We want to make that decision. I don't know if that's a lot to ask, but I think this is the basis what the country is based on the freedom. And please give us that freedom to the citizens, to the residents of this district. So I'm a parent of 3 children who are in the district, and then when we are doing the e-learning, it was really extremely difficult for me. I was staying with 3 children trying to teach them, and I'm not a teacher. I cannot teach the children the way the teachers are doing it. I had a first grader, and how can you teach a first grader through the computer? I wasn't born here. I don't speak English fluently. I cannot teach first grade and how to pronounce words. It was a total, really hard situation, and I feel that the district was failing us, families, who are in those situations, because we're parents, we're teachers, we're bread makers, and, you know, it was just very difficult. And I feel like like the district was failing us. And I don't want the district to fail us again, please, you know. This is for our children. Let's make a decision that it's the most beneficial for our children. I don't have an agenda, any politics in my agenda. I'm a parent coming here, like all the parents behind me. So what I wanted to say is that I'm a social worker, and my social work background, I know that the children are, obviously what the parents were saying, are anxious, depressed. And there were some suicides in the district. We all heard about it. You know, this is affecting everybody, but mostly kids, because they cannot voice. They cannot say, oh, this is bothering, and this is because of the mask I'm wearing, I'm feeling depressed. Some of the kids cannot relate those 2 things together. And since, you know, the kids are, if they're wearing masks, they can get sick, and who's going to take care of us? We have to, not the people who make the decision. You guys not going to come to my house and take care of our kids. We are the parents. So please, make that decision so we have healthy children. Also, I don't know if people know here about it, because when I'm speaking to lots of people, they are not even aware about this, but vaccination is an experiment. Vaccinations for COVID, it's experiment right now that even life insurance does not pay for people who are insured. The life insurance will not pay you up to 2 years if you're vaccinated. You know why? Because when you're signing life insurance papers, you're signing that you're not gonna participate in an experimental medical treatment. And that's how vaccinations are treated, as an experiment right now. And people they don't even know. They're paying for the life insurance, and then if something happens, they're not gonna be even covered.
Can you wrap it up, because I actually started the timer.
Yeah, and this is because I work in the medical field too, and just releasing any medical information like kids wearing bracelets or something like that, it's a HIPAA violation, you know. This is like, yeah, it's a huge one, you know. So let's go back to our children. Like, remember your childhood, you know, our childhood was beautiful, right? Look at our children, what they are going through, wearing masks, dealing with the pandemic situation. Let's make it easier for them. Let's have them at least nice memories going to first grade, kindergarten. You know, that's how the kids should remember their school years, you know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You wanted to speak. I'm sorry, in the back, did you? Yeah.
You want my paper?
Yeah. Go ahead. Slap me with your paper. Thank you.
Thanks. Can you pronounce my name?
Diane?
Very good, Diane Carabiotis.
Carabiotis.
Thank you for having me. I didn't know everyone was
Thank you for
organizing, guys,
staying.
so sorry I was late. So I have a comment, and then I want to wrap up with a question. I won't say anything about masks, because they said it all, and I ditto everything they say. My main concern is critical race theory, and I want to know where the district stands on teaching that in the classrooms. You know, my children, my son is about to be 9, my daughter's 13. I don't want them to be told they should be ashamed of themselves because of their white skin, or that they are subliminal white supremacists because of their white skin, or they are oppressors because of their white skin. I teach my children to never judge someone by the way they were born. That's something out of our control. We wake up every day and we get to choose what kind of person we are and how we treat other people. That's what I teach my kids, and that's all going to go out the window when they're being told in school the opposite, something that they can't control. They're not oppressors, they're not white supremacists, or to come home and, you know, I'm a conservative family. You know, I don't want my children to be told, brainwashed, that mom and dad are the bad guys. We're not the bad guys. I mean, critical race theory is Marxism and racism. That's what it is. There's no other way to look at it. That's the way it is. I haven't even registered my kids yet for school because I don't know what to expect with them being told these things or being brainwashed. I mean, communism it's among us ever since January. It is here. It is only getting worse, and I know it's going to infiltrate through the schools. I don't know what to expect, and that I won't register them, or I might because I want to, and I'll just pull them out. You know, there was a week in March at the school, Read Across America Week, and my son was in 3rd grade at the time, and I emailed his teacher the week prior to ask, what books do you plan on reading to the kids? Because the district sent an email stating that, I used to know it verbatim, books about people making change for the America we want. And I know the America I want, and the America that I'm teaching my kids to love and cherish, our freedom, our Constitution, our human rights, our God-given rights. And I didn't know what to expect that week of school. So every day when I picked my son up from school, the first thing I asked him, other than, how was school? You know, what did your teacher read to you today? Because I didn't tell him my concerns. I don't want to put that in his head. I just want him to be a kid. And he told me the book that the teacher read every day that week, and it was great. There was nothing political, nothing controversial, nothing brainwashing. So I just want to know what to expect with the upcoming school year, because I know it's only getting worse. CRT is everywhere, and, you know, children or people of color were never told before to be ashamed of themselves, but now all of a sudden we're telling white people to be ashamed of themselves, and we didn't do anything. And I'm trying to teach my kids to be a good part of society, a positive part of society, starting now till the day they die. And if CRT is in the classroom, then it just goes all out the window. The America that I love is slowly fading away.
Thank you very much. Okay, Dana, you still have a shot. You're a sheet in. I don't know if you want to. Dana? Yeah, I don't know if you wanted it. No, okay.
Can I say a couple things? I had it spot before I gave it up.
Now you might. Yeah.
I'm a pastor, and, so my name is Justin Searles. I'm on the list
You're
there.
on the list.
They always got to speak, but, when I preach on Sundays, I look out at a group of people, and I look at some of them, and I think they hate me. Right? And, because I'm saying something they don't like, or sometimes they just have a look of concentration on their face, and they're not really hating me or hating what I say or anything, they're just thinking it through. And so they just have resting grumpy face sometimes, or thinking grumpy face. And so I just want to say, we just offering grace in these moments. We believe you want to do the right things for our kids. We believe that you're hoping for the best and doing the best you can to find the best. We're praying for you, and we believe that, you know, if you're hearing us, and we hope that you'll make the right decision in the future, looking at the statistics and the things that are going on. We've got to trust you in that, and just know that we're hoping the best for you and believing the best in this situation. So that's all I had to say, and none of them.
Thank you for closing out the public comments on a very positive note there. Appreciate it very much. Is there anybody else who hasn't had the opportunity who would like to speak? Don't be shy. You took the time to come tonight. You should absolutely be heard if you want to speak. So.
I just have a quick question. I guess another district that got an influx of emails, and since they couldn't read them all, they did post the emails on like a page or a link or something. Can you guys do that with the ones so they aren't feeling silenced tonight?
Yeah, I know we've been given copies of them. Let us think through that. It's not an unreasonable request. So, again, the issue, and again, it's our fault. We should not have posted it that way. But, you know, public comments in the spirit of what we're trying to do over the last couple months is, you know, they're supposed to be done in person by the person who's making it. So, we'll, based on the fact that we erred, we possibly can accommodate that.
Unedited.
Why would we edit it? Is there an example of whenever we've edited something?
I'm just saying, if we put it out there,
No, it would be
the
verbatim. I mean, why would we modify it? It's so easily, somebody can so easily show that they put in something else into the making.
I have a question, if I may ask. I believe, Dr. Rowe, you mentioned that you're kind of scanning through some more recent data and thinking that you said something along the lines that that's going to help influence whether a decision is made. And I'm actually interested in when it's going to be made. Do we have any type of a forecast?
That's a fair.
Because I think that, like, when we leave here tonight, that's probably going to be the most prevailing question in our minds.
I understand that, and not looking at more recent data, what I was referencing is there's information from the state that we're still waiting on. I just want all of it, so that we can make one decision one time and not have to fluctuate. If there are the curveballs that we get from the Illinois State Board of Education sometimes, they may say we're going to require masks in choir and band, and we'd like to work through that without having to come back to you and say, oh, by the way, here's a change. That decision can be made very, very soon, maybe within a week. We will have a special board meeting. We'll have a public discussion about it. At that time, we will advertise that and communicate.
So if the decision gets out of your hands, who do we go to next?
The decision will be made here.
It's going to be.
You guys
can
do the right thing.
No, I would like to see, again, you talked about guidance, you know, we gotta take in all the information. I mean, I think you guys feel you have all the information. You know, you presented it, it's all great and fine, and we appreciate it very much. It was quite a bit of information presented, but it doesn't mean it's all the information. You guys might feel it's all the information. I don't know that everybody here feels it's all the information.
I
So,
guess, confusion too would be, other districts have
Correct.
already had
34.
that information and made
34.
a decision. So.
No more information.
okay.
Oh,
All
maybe,
right, and here's what I'll tell you about
They
that.
use, is it different than what you're waiting on, or? It is not different, it's just I'm not willing to make that decision in as rapid of a situation. There's no reason to rush.
We don't
have
see what the
time.
rush is,
Okay,
right?
I was just curious.
Well, that's.
This isn't like people having to get daycare. Excuse me?
Will that decision be made before or after the
The
union?
decision is
contract?
completely separate and not tied to the approval of the contract whatsoever.
Okay.
Nothing.
Thanks for entertaining my question. I didn't mean to cause it.
No, and this is an unusual situation. This isn't a give and take type of situation normally, but there's enough of you here and it's late. So it's not a bad thing. We're near the end of the meeting anyway, so we'd be
No, we have to go
available.
back in the closed session.
So, yeah. All right, so if you don't mind, we do have a slight bit of business to finish up in closed session. I honestly do appreciate, I mean, a lot of people took a lot of time, spent a lot of time at a board meeting tonight. And it doesn't go unnoticed. Appreciate all the comments, that were made today. I mean, it's, again, I know people were worried about my face. My face is more about concentrating and focusing on what people are saying and disseminating it. I'm truly taking it in. You know, whatever, a personal fact, I'm blind in my right eye, all right? So if my right eye is going off in a direction, I can't control that, okay? It's not me. That's my situation, okay? So it's no disrespect towards anybody. It's quite the opposite. I have the utmost respect for anybody who would come to a board meeting and be willing to share their opinions and their thoughts with us. And we appreciate it very much because obviously you're very passionate about this issue and we get it. I mean, you guys all did a very good job. I appreciate you working with us to split the time between the beginning and the end. It's very much appreciated. I didn't hear any griping about it, and I know it's a major inconvenience. And so thank you very much. So with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for all coming. So with that, I'll make a motion. We did not finish in closed session, so I'll make a motion to go back into closed session at 11:09. Second from Ms. Melendi. Can we get a roll call?
Mr. Cray?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry? Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mrs. Melendi?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Iarino? Yes. Mr. Troy?
Yeah.
I'll take a copy too, Mike.
Okay.
Do you have another copy? Please, do you have another copy? Thank you. Thank you.
Geez, thanks, Mike. Thank
Oh,
you.
Mike, we need more.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay.
You got extras? Okay.
Thank you.
By the way, that motion passed. We'll be in closed session.
Baby Ruth?
Okay,
There's no Baby Ruth. No Baby
all
Ruth?
right, we're back in, open session. It's now, we've moved into July 16th, it's 12:08.
The two-day meeting.
Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Grady,
Here.
Mr. Garrett,
Still here.
Mrs. Malady,
Here.
Mr. Gentry, Mr. Quagliano,
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino,
Here.
Mr. Troy.
Here. There's no action out of closed session, so I'll make a motion
Second.
to
Second.
end the meeting.
Second.
Again, July 16th at 12:09. Do I have a
Second.
second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Melendi. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Aye and bye.
Mm-hmm.